push it away. Intense chase and whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same. I'll try everything until you're back again.
Good night and welcome everybody. The ACL is back for one final time this season. It is time for the finals and we are here to bring it to you. Hello Decker, how are you tonight?
I am doing fantastic. I'm really happy to be back. We've had a long season, 4 weeks of regular play, a playoff cut, and now we are finally here in the finals week. There's a lot of TFT ahead of us. A lot of stuff's going to pop off. I'm really excited to see what happens.
A lot of stuff gonna pop up, and talking about that, the prismatic caster duo is here. So are we gonna see some prismatics? I mean, imagine if we start off with a prismatic on the very first game. Things can go crazy right off the bat. We don't really have that many changes to the meta, just a very small beat patch. So the augments are the things that can, and the portals that can make things crazy for us.
Yeah, I think we're probably about a 5 or 6 game streak of always having a prismatic. So I want to keep it going and see if we can ride it out for 2 more games while we're here in front of the Aegis fans. But yeah, not a lot has changed in the meta. We've seen a few things get a little bit stronger. Like Disco has kind of crept back into play more than usual. It was kind of falling off for a while, but we're still seeing the same things pop off. Ezreal still a very strong comp. Things like Punk still very strong, Seraphine very strong. A lot of the stuff that we've seen, and really the only thing that we can see, like you said, is just some augments, some items. We'll see where people kind of find the spice, see the lines, and see what happens tonight.
Exactly. Now we are very shortly going into game 1 of tonight, but before that, let me just quickly run you through the format for tonight. First, we have a set of 4 games. 2 with the same lobbies, then reshuffle, then the next 2. After that, the 16 players will have the bottom half cut, and then the final 8 players will play the last 2 games of tonight, which will be the finals.
It's going to be super hype. I love this format. I love that we've got another full night of 6 games of TFT with a lot on the line. A lot of areas of improvement for players where if they came into the playoffs, if they had to play week 1 and barely made it in, they can kind of reset and refocus and really push in and make themselves known and push into that final 8 lobby and make a name for themselves here. And there's money on the line here. We have a good prize pool that these players are playing for, that Aegis is putting up for them. So there's a lot on the line. These players are going to be bringing their best, absolute full focus for 6 games straight, and I'm ready to hang on for the ride.
Yeah, let's hang on for the ride, because it's going to be a crazy one. 6 games in a row is very rough on a pro player. A lot of mental strength gotta come into it, and of course it's TFT. A little bit of RNG, a little bit of luck has a play in it as well, but these are definitely the highest level players. There is a reason they are here. 8 of them made it here because they were the top 8 in the league. The other 8 made it here because they went through a already very rough weekend on the last weekend on playoffs week 1. So all of them extremely deserving to be here, and we expect nothing but the best kind of TFT gameplay at the most prestigious Aegis League.
Yeah, and that's a great call out there. 8 of these players did not have to participate in the Roth of games last week. So I'm wondering, was there some preparation done? I mean, at this level of play, these players are able to kind of see trends in how certain players play. With the Nemesis draft style, with the lobbies getting you can't tailor your lobby, but you can make a few choices in here to kind of get players out of the way that you don't really want to play against early on. So there can be a lot of difference made in just preparation by some of these players that got to especially sit out last week and really observe the meta, observe the tournament meta. Because as we've talked about before, there's an overarching meta of the game, and then there is a tournament meta that kind of develops underneath it, that kind of shifts things here and there. So we'll see who's prepared today. I expect to. There's a few players that I expect a lot out of, and as we're getting into this, the first lobby today, we can call out Pitsy. Pitsy's a player that absolutely dominated in the regular season, right? I expect to see a lot out of Pitsy today. Hopefully we can see that level of consistency that they had in the regular season. But again, in the reset, when you don't have the points lead, when you've had a little bit of a break on an off week, you might be out of your rhythm. Anything can happen. So it's going to be all up in the air tonight.
And what do you know? You call up Pizzi and he wins the portal selection. It's going to be the item payout. So every time a player builds a completed item, they will get an extra 2 gold, which is going to be a very decent boost to their early economy so they can reach those extra points of interest and maybe get to that 50 gold very early on. Pizzi is the one we also going to be accompanying here on the first moments of the game, already dropping 2-3 cost units. So even bigger of a buff to his economy if he wants to, or maybe already a path to what he wants to play around.
Yeah, and Pitsy looking here with kind of leaning toward a gold star, but we should see some items here. This will really, this portal really encourages decisive play. And hey, what's more decisive than taking a 1-cost chosen, right? So Red Sword has the 1-cost, the rapid fire Jinx. I would not expect them to be playing this Jinx long term. It's just a very good early item holder. Does have 5 Jinxes there. Usually when you see the rapid fire Jinx taken, it is when maybe in a spatula a spatula portal where you can have that punk spat to push over that line and have a very comfortable punk 4 setup. But the rapid fire Jinx is a very powerful early unit, especially if you can get something like that Rage Blade, get something like that, even an Infinity Edge Slam here to push them over the top. But we definitely want something slammed because we want to get those items down to start creating econ tempos. We'll see if they're able to do that here.
The rapid fire Jinx can truly be powerful. 4 Punk is a setup that we saw even win lobbies during the ACL, so extremely strong. For now, we are going to be starting out with a gold augment for every single one in this lobby. So, more standard starts as expected. The sleight of hand could be interesting since we already have a glove on the bench, but I am not expecting it to be the pickup. But idealism can be so good on so many units, especially those 4 costs at the end game, like the Akali, like the Karthus, and that is the pickup.
Yeah, it does go with the idealism, as you called out. Very flexible item. Sadly, doesn't give you your item payout because you're not, technically making the item, right? So that's understandable. But still, just a very early, and this even and more kind of pushes the idea that we're not staying on Jinx. We're just playing it for the early power. But again, win streaking is a good plan, and a Jinx rapid fire with this bruiser setup from the Tom Kench and the 2-star Olaf is a very good start.
And talk about win streaking, Sub-Zero Arc here apparently really wanting to do that. Has Spoils of War, really wants to get some kills in order to get that chance at some extra gold for himself. Also building the Steadfast Heart, probably one of the best from light items that you can have both in the early game and in the late game. So making that Taric really, really strong. And it already paid out with not only the item payout, but some Spoils of War as well for him.
Yeah, very strong front line slam there that allowed that that back line to do a lot of space. But now looking at 1-cost rerolls on the little top with 7 Annies here. It doesn't have a very good item slam. Could maybe look at the adaptive helm, but again, not doing that much. Does have the what doesn't kill you, so that is allowing them to kind of make up for the fact that they don't have item slam by making econ off of a unit with no items. But 5 Annies is a really good start here. Emo Annie is not typically the route that you want. Spellweaver is better on the the kind of the synergies that you want to hit, but Emo Annie is still a very strong unit, especially if you're able to hit that 3-star very early. It's going to do a lot for your early game tempo.
And a very interesting start by Dave as they're playing with that even Shroud at the front line, already focusing on AD kind of line, playing that early Corki, who is very strong at giving you a powerful early game, especially because he has that anti-healing built onto himself as well. Playing the Scapegoat, so that is a bunch of extra econ coming in as well. You see the power of those econ augments in the early game where pretty much no one is going to be too strong to do too much to you. So you take those econ augments, try to make that push for 50, and then people try to start finding themselves some more combat-oriented augments on 3-2 forwards.
What do you think? Do you think that we'll see Little Top commit to this Annie line? I mean, sitting with the 5 Annies, it's possible. Maybe get a Shojin off the carousel here, but I'm not sure. I'm not convinced quite yet.
I'm not convinced too, but I think it would be a good play. I've seen plenty of Annies both in competitive play. We have actually seen plenty of Annies back in the ACL as well. and even in ranked play too. So it works fine. I don't think it's a top 1 kind of comp. But then again, the first 4 games here, we are really just trying to make it to that final 8. So I would say in tournament play overall, it's quite smart generally to not just play first or 8, like playing a top 4, top 3 safe comp. And then when you have such a setup like this, it's pretty fine. And of course, right now we have such good econ and a decent number of NEs that we can not make a decision just yet. Keep those NEs for now, but after Krugs, depending on how our econ is, depending on scouting the lobby, we can pivot.
I think Lil Top wanted that spat a little bit, would have had the emo spat there to, commit to that emo line. Potentially does end up taking the bow. I don't remember what they had on their bench. Maybe looking for a Nashers or something like that for the Annie might be possible, but does end up going with the bow. But Pitsy ending up with that spat. Would love to know where that is planning on going on our Urgot. Not sure, but I think we'll get an idea whether Lil Top is going to commit to that. Does have the belt. Let's look over here. So we do have the Heartsteel. Okay, so a Heartsteel setup here with the spatula. Could look for a Heartsteel spat. That would surprise me if we went that deep into it. I think usually the spat is used to kind of, push that Jazz a little forward if they want to commit to that Ezreal line. But we could see something spicy from Pitsy. Could just go for the full-on Heartsteel, the coin flip it, and just see what happens.
I would be weirded too by the Heartsteel spat, but then again, who knows? That could be interesting. We right now could have the option for the Pentacle spat, of course, which is really, really strong, but then doesn't really fit that well with the Pentacle line, with the Heartsteel line. Though one line that does play around Heartsteel and could use the Pentacle spat as well would be that Yone reroll with the 2 Agilords with the KO and the Viego. So maybe that's the route we want to take. Of course, we still are far from setup in terms of items. Still got lots of decisions to come in that regard. So still a lot of ways to pivot out, but the economy is massive right now.
Now this is the big decision. All right, ends up cashing out. I don't blame you. You really got close to winning that game, that round. But jumping over here with Mario Kart Player 5, the only Mr. 100 left, does have a very strong opener. Just nothing crazy, just a lot of good units, right? So this is still a very flexible start. The Rage Blade, the Gun Blade, the Gambler's Blade, all those could be put in a lot of different comps. So isn't committed to anything yet, even though they do have the 4 Disco, but a very, very strong early board with just good, solid unit.
Very good, strong board. It's of course gonna win against PT here, playing a very weak board with all intentions to lose the fights. Now, I gotta say, it is pretty flexible. I agree. But if we find a very early TF, those itemization, this whole itemization on the Jinx will be very good for a TF. All that attack speed will stack up so much with the cards, and then the Gunblade healing everybody on top of the already provided Disco healing. It is amazing to keep those front lines alive and have the TF have those long fights that he needs to in order to stack the cards and stack the deck against his opposition.
Yeah, and a free Nami 2 there. You're never upset about that. And I would probably like to have an upgrade on the Jinx here, but might be able to find kind of a better item holder, especially since we're not using our Punk rerolls in this next kind of shop. But yeah, I completely agree. And with the buffs that Disco has had as of late, it's become a much more reliable late game comp. It used to kind of fall off really hard, even against a lot of the late game boards, the Pentakills and the Ezreals and all that stuff. But now it's gotten a lot better, and a Warmog's potential slam with the pair of Gragas. It's going to be a very strong if they can get that down.
Mario Kart Play 5 with all the potential in the world to keep that Mr. 100. Even got a Gragas 2 upgrade, plus the Warmogs, plus the level 6. So everything going well for our player there. But now let's take a look once again at Lil Top trying to go for that 3-star Annie. Indeed, only 2 off. But the drops on the bench are not that encouraging for an any play.
Yeah, just not quite. And you really need to spike here as well. And the items just kind of aren't there, Black P. Like, there's just, you could slam the Shojin here, but like even outside of that, like you have the Nashers, the Shojin, like those are fine. But you don't have the super fans in yet. You don't have the Annie 3 in yet. It's just going to be I talk about this every single week, where the whole point of that one cost reroll is to be in stage 3 and be league stronger than everyone else, because you've committed yourself to this line for basically the entire game, and you're committing a lot of resources to it. But if you don't hit that in stage 3 and you take these hits and hits and hits through when the damage is starting to ramp up, you're going to get outscaled, through the rest of the game. Tiny Titans may help with that. It doesn't go with that. So, okay, look, no more problem, Black P. Everything's fine now. HP's fine. Lost streak's fine. We're in a good spot.
Yeah, good spot. I'm still hoping to see that NE3 come in very soon, because I think that as you pointed out, it's the objective is for a very strong stage 3. So really want to hit it right about now. The thing is, okay, yeah, we built a Shoshi, we built an Ashes, 2 amazing items for the end. Then we're gonna get the third from the Superfan, which is great. But the items on bench right now mean that we don't really have any kind of slam. So we will go for one more slam on the carousel, then gonna have to wait for the wolves to find more slams, so we're gonna be lacking a lot of item power during stage 3. So maybe even hitting the end is not gonna be enough, and we didn't even hit just yet.
Yeah, and Black P, I'm not sure. Like they are committing to that Kennen 3, which is interesting. I mean, Kennen 3 is definitely not a unit that you should underestimate in the early parts of the game. But I don't know. It pulls a lot of one costs out of the bucket, so I understand like holding on to them. But really, it just there needs to be a hit here. I think Lil Top is probably feeling the frustrations that a lot of us have felt, and just being, kind of felt like you're getting outmathed by the game right now. But maybe if we can hit NE3 here, we can kind of stabilize again. The Tiny Titans pushing that HP back up is going to help a lot. But let's jump over with Lil Top with Pitsy and see what they got going on. Have not slammed the spat yet, so does have a few items slammed just to generate that economy. It does have the unified resistance to give a little bit more tankiness to the front line. Still not sure where Pitsy's going, and I'm not sure if Pitsy is completely sure where they're going yet either. I think they're just kind of playing units, getting Heartsteel stacks, and just doing the best they can, take as little losses as they can, and to get a direction kind of later on into the game.
I would say with this itemization, with the closeness to being to level 7, with 70 plus gold, would be very easy to just go straight on for that Yone Riven reroll. That we know is extremely powerful, and with that much economy ahead of everybody, with unified resistance as well, it has a lot of good potential. But of course, we are very low on health already. Over half of our HP bar lost here at 49 HP. Now, I'm gonna quickly show. Let's see whether there's a special. There is one. There are 3 of them. 3 of them. So PT can have a Tactician's Crown instead of focusing on a specific spatula. And on the Viego specifically, it's amazing for playing the edgelords.
Yeah, Pitsy's feeling a lot better now. I think I think that it was the whole plan was to just use that rich get richer to be ahead of economy and of everyone, and then get to this carousel and then see what to do with that spat and what direction to go. But yeah, the fun here is going to be absolutely huge, especially like you said on the Viego. Going to be able to take a cash out here. Not a huge cash out, but not one that you're too upset about. A little bit of rolling here. I'm sure if we can get we'll get a little bit of idea. Does keep the Heartsteel in. Now has a pair of Viegos. Okay, he's going full on the Heartsteel. I respect this. We're just going to kind of ride it out and see where it goes, I guess.
Interesting. Still going hard on it. Curious decision, but well, let's see what it pays out. As you pointed out before, it is a player who has shown amazing results throughout the season, so there is a reason for that. They know what they're doing, so let's just trust in the process and see where that leads us. But now I'm going to throw back with a question that I had before, which is with a cannon, with a potential cannon we saw on the NE boards, on Liltop's boards. If you do hit the cannon 3, do you itemize it, or still it's only going to be itemless frontline unit for you, and you still will prioritize things like the Nico, like the Echo?
Yeah, I don't think you would itemize it. I think that, again, if you just like high roll into a cannon 3 in late stage 2 or even early stage 3, throwing one item on it with the true damage active pretty much makes it unkillable for a while. But once you get into the stage 4, it just doesn't do much. It really is more of just an HP body in my mind than it is anything else. Now, having a 3-star makes it a much better HP body, right? But really, I would be surprised if we saw, I mean, we could see a component just to activate true damage on it, but I would be surprised if we saw much more than that.
Yeah, we're seeing actually here the Canyon 3 was hit, as so was the Annie, and there is a redemption on him. So I think it's fine. Redemption, of course, especially being a 2-range unit, it's a bit easier for units to clump around him and proc that redemption effect. That's going to be really good, and as you pointed out, the true damage bonus to it is going to be really good. But still, even with both those hits, but having 2 economy augments means Liu top's board, still taking losses. Here, Red Sword here just too big playing around these Moshas. Are we actually seeing a full-on Mosher play? Are we actually seeing Gnar as a carry? That would be amazing.
Yeah, we've seen kind of Gnar reroll squeak in and out of the meta for a little while. It's been a line that has been an option to play, but never. I don't think we've seen it. It's never had a super high play rate. It's one of those things where you have to kind of high roll into it. But looking at Red Sword's board, they do have 2 of Gnar's what I would consider best in slot items in the IE and the Hodge. Something like a Sterix or a Bruiser AD item will be needed on there to kind of push it over the top. But Gnar reroll, this is the first time we've casted it for sure. If they commit to it,
yes.
And I'm excited to see it work. But jumping over here, we see another Hearthstone player, 128 stacks, about to cash out. A lot of items leaning toward that Ezreal line, which we've talked about is kind of the natural line from Heartsteel into that, that Ezreal Jazz kind of soup comp. We'll see if they're able to hold the line here, but there's a lot of Hearthstone players, which means there's a lot of people. There's a big health disparity in this lobby.
Liu Top was now able to slot in 3 KDA onto his comp, making his comp a little bit stronger. Did throw a second item on that 3-star cannon on the front line, trying to make it be the tanky unit that we all hope he is. But looking at this, it's going to be a close one because Stacy Gale's board really good here with the Heartsteels. Good loss, close to making it to 200 hearts. Unfortunately, just close, not there just yet. And now rolling the gold augments really quickly, going for the Epitaph. So now all we want is to find our carries, and there is a Ezreal, not a headliner one just yet.
Yeah, and does have a blue buff also on the bench. So a pretty strong just spike there from Stacy. So we'll see if they're able to kind of stabilize off that, but a good cash out, a good job pushing to 8 there. It's going to be 8 ahead of tempo of a lot of people in our lobby, but I do want to just kind of say rip Blackpea to our prismatic streak. So it is officially over now. No prismatics this game, which means our prismatic streak is over. It breaks my heart, but we kind of knew it would have to happen eventually, right?
Yeah, it would have to. And I'll point out quickly, Pixie hit Viego too on 4-2, so really going well on that Agilo line. But now we see Sub-Zero Arc here playing that massive Poppy on the frontline headliner with a Warmorks and the Steadfast Hearts. That is a really hard unit to push through. I like the choice here by Stacy to go with that Caitlyn. Didn't really have much choice, didn't really have that much gold to be rolling like crazy, making choices on the headline, and picked the first one he could, and that Caitlyn is certainly doing the job, getting him another win here now, making a little bit better of an effort to survive. And look at this, Mario Kart player already with 2 TFs. I
feel like they have kind of flown under the radar for us. Is still sitting at 100 HP on 4-3 with 68 gold at level 8. So Mario Kart player is just got their cruise control on right on Rainbow Road, just doing their own thing, So I mean, this is an incredible setup. We have a lot of upgrades that could be made. A Blitz 2, obviously, the TF2, obviously, and then something like maybe like a Ziggs or a Sona, just anything to kind of throw in more kind of AP carries in there. But a very, very strong start here with a very good econ advantage and level advantage over most of this lobby.
And I like the read on the whole lobby that the player is having right now, because we could easily, and many players would, just go crazy rolling here. Like, please find me a thermal headliner, go for the TF or the Blitzcrank headliner. Oh my god, I have a pair of TFs, let's roll, let's press D and find the third one. But no, we are cunning as much as we can and pushing for that level 9, and only then we are going to think about rolling. So Mario Kart player here doesn't care about contesting. Probably there is no one contesting him on the disco line, so playing feeling very safe to make that push for level 9 before he decides to stabilize his board completely.
Yeah, and Mario Kart player, one of those players that did not get our week 1 bye, so did have to play last week to get into finals week, and it's just really showing out in this first game. You know, there's still a lot of game left, a lot of HP left on the board for a lot of players, but this is one of those starts where if a player in the ACL, especially this deep into the season, has this level of economy lead with this level of HP lead this far into the game, it's going to be really hard for them not to top 4. And I really feel like I might have just caster cursed Mario Kart player there, but I'm just going to say it's not going to happen. I don't believe it. You know, I'm going to get a lot of rage messages if that does end up happening, but yeah, I mean, this has been playing so well this game, and obviously part of the skill is just judging their strength of their board versus what else they're seeing around the lobby.
Maybe this Caitlyn can be the ultimate nemesis and take the streak away from Mario Kart. Let's see whether that happens or not. The Caitlyn's trying to snipe away things, but it's not hitting on the TF because it's not the most distant units. Meanwhile, the cards start to be stacked against Stacy, but look at that Garen, so massive. The cards start to hitting the Caitlyn, but the Astro does the job together, and Stacy did build a strong enough board. So Mario Kart Player 5, fun, loses their win streak, going down to 86 HP. Still a very massive lead, and I do not think that caster cursing is possible at that point. I'm about to say,
I want to point out, I had nothing to do with that. I did not have anything to do with that loss. The 100 HP was never going to happen. That's so hard to do. All right, it's not me. That wasn't my fault. Whatever. Let's just move past it. But yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen, right? You're not rolling. You're putting your points into leveling toward 9. You're going to eventually fall behind the board power curve. But Pitsy's board now does not look like it's falling far behind the curve. Has that chosen Karthus that everyone dreads so much. We'll see if they can get it done versus David Ace.
At very risk of elimination here, David AS, though, no headliner on the opposite side, does have a massive Poppy and the Zed. If they can work properly and make their way into the cards, they can get the win. But meanwhile, Karthus is stacking that AP and making those casts stronger by the minute, has the anti-healing built in, but the Poppy and the Zed just don't take damage. If they do, they heal up really quickly. The board on Pitsy's side can't do anything. They take the loss, go down to 2 HP. And that is a very rough game 1 for Pitsy.
Black P, that Poppy unit is a menace. Like, that unit it flies under the radar all the time. It is such a powerful frontline unit that just seemingly doesn't take damage. And like you pointed out, when it does, it just heals it back from smashes and little hammer on the ground, right? So yeah, a really, really interesting spot here from Pitsy. Our leader in the regular season is now at 2 HP in the first lobby of finals week. A lot of TFT to go, and I'm not going to count Pitsy out just yet, but they've got a lot of room to make up if they want to make it into that top 4 spot.
Pitsy is actually making a push for 9 instead of rolling. I am amazed at watching that. The thing is, there's a we could have a headline in Sona, but we didn't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what they're looking for. I think they're maybe looking for a different Pentakill chosen. I'm not sure. Does pick up the Olaf for another Pentakill unit, but isn't giving really Bruiser anywhere. I think we're just looking for just pure value. There's a little bug there on the needlessly large rod. That's interesting. Yeah. We'll see if they can stay the course against Stacy.
Stacy with a Caitlyn there now with a very much more buffed up Ezreal, though it's not yet a 2-star Ezreal. The Karthus tries to make a lot of that AoE damage coming in with the Rabadon. That is much better than before, but still, will that be enough? The Viego tried for the cast on the Caitlyn but died midway through. The Karthus pulls off one more and it looks like it's gonna be able to, yes, it can kill the Caitlyn. So one more fight at least for PT to survive. Very hardcore push into level 9, risking it all, but for now it's paying off.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it speaks to the level of play that we're in, just because we're in, close to mid-stage 5 and no one is been eliminated yet, right? I mean, that's not something that you typically see in a lot of your lobbies. I would still like to get into Kali 2 here, but does have that extra unit obviously from the attack round to give an extra bit of defense. The Yorick 2 would be a huge upgrade, but really there's just a lot left on the table here for Pitsy to potentially hit. Does still have that Yone 3 just kind of in the front there, just existing and giving edgelord, but a Mordekaiser 3 Black P.
Oh yeah, that is a big Kaiser with a steadfast heart on it, so that's going to be really rough to kill. It might be the last unit alive, but it does a lot. It has a bunch of extra damage coming in hot because he's a headliner, and that is enough. The mace from the Mordekaiser smashes Kartus in the face, mace to the face, and that's the end of Pitsy.
Yeah, Sub-Zero Arc just had, not only did they have the Mordekaiser 3, but they also had that pentakill spat that's so important on that Akali, just to push their comp over the line from being good to unstoppable, right?
Oh, I gotta say one thing.
Yeah.
That Mordekaiser is amazing.
That's nice. I like that a lot.
I had to. Sorry, I just had to.
No, I don't blame you one bit. But we do see the Viego 2 get upgraded from Sub-Zero Arc there. Is still looking for that Akali 2, but again, now that Pitsy's gone out and David A is also gone out in the bottom 2, there'll be a few left back in the bucket. But Mario Kart versus the big old Mordekaiser.
And we saw the level of play on Mario Kart here, making the push to 9. Knew what he was doing. Now able to find the headline at CF, able to find the 2-star Blitzcrank, builds himself a great board, that Sunfire Cape on the Blitz, helping so much to deal damage to the Mordekaiser. And that was a very close fight, but still, Disco proving to be extremely strong right now. And by the way, he still have 50 plus gold, so maybe making a push even to level 10.
Exactly. That's what I was going to point out, is that Mario Kart, not only did they win that fight, but my goodness, they're still at least 40 gold. I don't know if it was 40 or 50, but it was a lot of gold. And still with a kind of head and shoulders above the HP, of the rest of the lobby. So 68 HP versus 12 HP on the bottom. So a large gap that these players will have to make up. But the fight for fourth is real. We've got 14, 12, and 12. Who is going to get knocked out here, and who's going to take our top 4 spot? We're going to hop on board with Pizza, looking at what they got going on here. Does have the Zed, the EDM chosen. This is definitely a line that sees some play. I don't think this is one that you're necessarily planning on, but Zed is such a strong unit, an underrated unit if you get the EDM especially, because it enables him so much and does a lot of damage. But 12 HP could line up against Sub-Zero Arc or Stacy, or maybe, hopefully not, Mario Kart Player 5.
And it's going to be Sub-Zero Arc with this big menace of a Mordekaiser 3. Can the Zed push through that? There are a lot of extra items coming in from these crappy inventions, but will they be enough? Look at the Zed dashing away, gets the Akali, but now it stops on that big Mordekaiser. Doesn't go into the card, so that is rough. Oof. The Kickling try and do some damage, but the Akali already smashes through. The Pentakills are just too much to deal with, and Pizza gets sliced, and it's the third elimination of this game. So 3 are done. Pizza on 8th, Dave on 7th, and now Pizza on the 6th place. 5 remain. So after one more is gone, we already will have our first top 4 of tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Mordekaiser claims another soul. That's the second elimination that we've seen from that board so far. I don't think it will be the last. We do see the lobby kind of closing in that top 3 spot, a little bit in HP lead, but we're jumping on board with Stacy here, who has that Ezreal, doesn't have the red buff, but does have decent items, does have the Caitlyn also supplying support, but a lot of activations for Jazz here. Let's see if they can get through this giant Mordekaiser and back to that Karthus.
This Mordekaiser keeps coming back to us on every fight. Sub-Zero Arc smashing everybody with the mace to the face. Now the Mordekaiser is taking a lot of damage, already down to half HP. That's even Shroud helping so much. The AD units go through the Mordekaiser, but was not enough. Was a close one. Stacy still alive at 1 HP.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good. I thought the mace was going to claim another soul right there, Black B, but managed to hang on at 1 HP. Still has that shot of top 4ing if they can see Sub-Zero our little top go down. So this comp is doing a very good job of utilizing that Jazz trait. Obviously, the more unique traits you have, the more power that it gives your units. So a lot of kind of kind of a soup comp, as I call it sometimes, just a lot of things kind of thrown in together to try and make it work. And there was a shot there when they killed the Karthus. You thought there was a chance that they could pull it off against that Mordekaiser board, but not quite. Does have a few upgrades that they could hit here. Does need a little bit, maybe more front line. Does have the Poppy maybe kind of put that in for Mosher. There's just a lot of options here. This line of play opens up so many flexible options for frontline, especially, that you just need to kind of weigh your options and figure out what best utilizes that Jazz trait. We'll see what they end up going with, and we'll see if we get another elimination at the start of stage 6.
The side is not just locked in, they Poppy too, so let's see whether this board is going to be enough to take on Leotop's board now with an RE2 to his board. Has the Cannon 3 still with one less item than before. The N is really trying to pull it off, but look at that Zac bouncing from the back, applying the even shroud to the entirety of the enemy board. It is going to be a close fight, but the Caitlyn is able to snipe away, and Leotop takes the loss. Every single one of the players survive, all 5 still online.
I mean, this lobby is crazy, Blackbeard. Like, I mean, there should not be 5 players alive on 6-2, right? Like, that's not normal. Let's just gonna get that out there. That's not normal, a normal thing to happen. So a lot of these players are just hanging on by a thread, trying to get to that top 4 spot. Is everyone in the lobby level 9 at this point?
Yeah, every single one of these 5 players is on level. I don't think I have ever seen this at a 5 people at level 9. Well, one of them at level 10 even. That is just bonkers. Mario Cup level here with the level 10 Disco comp with a lot of legendary upgrades to his board already, but no 2 stars just yet. The Disco TF gets completely obliterated. Now the Blitz is gonna be alone, and it's not gonna be enough. This Caitlyn Ezreal board too strong, but do we have an elimination? Sub-Zero Arc go down to 1 HP.
I think
Red Sword is gonna be alive. Little Top, no, still going.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone. Level 9, -9. So Lil Top is gone. 5th place now, 4 remain.
That was our Annie reroller. I believe Lil Top was playing that Annie reroll.
Yes.
So did end up stabilizing and pushing up to potentially in that top 4 spot, but just a little bit shy there. And I would like to point out again, I officially did not cast or curse Mario Kart. Mario Kart is in the top 4. So nothing bad there from my angle. But really, good job on Stacy here to hang on. This board is so interesting. I love watching the players kind of figure out where they want to slot in things with this board. But now 2 more players at 1 HP, and a lot of Mosher pentakill units from Red Sword.
There is indeed a 3-star Gnaw and a 3-star pentakill. Orgot as well that on the board. Let's see whether those melee units can make their way into the backline and kill the ranged Ezreal or Caitlyn. Is not looking like that's going to be possible. No, that is a big win for the Heart Steel centric comp. Sub-Zero Arc takes a loss, goes down with the big menace of a Mordekaiser in a top 4 only. Well, good enough of a result, especially when every point counts in this kind of setup. Now 3 remain.
Red Sword takes another Gnar just to be safe. I think that they didn't have enough, but really a very interesting line board there. I love the Gnar reroll. I love that it's gotten this far into the top 3. I don't know how it's going to stack against these very backline focused boards, but it is a really fun to watch. Pentakill 5, the Mosher 6, no submit to the pit, which I think would maybe push this comp completely over the top, right? But still a very, very cool comp. Let's see. We are on stage 6-5. I mean, I don't think there's really any shot of this making it to 7-1, but I would love to see it, honestly. But because the player damage at this point is ramped up so high that it's literally just gonna obliterate anyone who loses. So we'll see what happens against this Disco board.
Potential double elimination. Red Sword has to face this massive Disco board. Stacy Gales facing against a Ghost. Can the Gnar and the Urgot make their way to the backline? Doesn't look like so. The cards are coming in. The Shred from the Ziggs, plus that CC from the Lulu, the Hyper Pops. 2 of them buffing up the attack speed on the TF, and that is a destruction. Mario Kart Player 5 does get the elimination on the Red Sword, but Stacy survives, and from 1 HP on 5th place, Stacy makes it all the way into 2nd place at the very least. What a comeback.
Yeah, you love this comeback story, and this is the sort of positioning that a lot of disco players have started, switching to, especially when you get down to the one-on-one, where you can sort of pillar and segment off your boards instead of having them in kind of one giant clump there to be attacked. Now, I believe Stacy did actually win against Mario Kart last time we saw them fight, but a little bit has changed since then. Oh, I think we lost it a bit.
We lost it.
There we go.
Okay, now we got the fight back. Let's see. Everything is fine, people. Nothing happened. Now the Caitlyn and Diaz were trying to get the disco. Look at that. The TF down to half HP, but the HP bar is coming back from the gunblade. The Blitzcrank is really trying to push it as a tank there, but it's not enough. The Zach is just so good at applying that even shroud everywhere, and Mario Kart Player 5 takes the loss. My God, there is actually a possibility that Stacy makes it all the way to top 1. That is bonkers.
I love this. Stacy on fire here. We're gonna see round 7-1, Black P. This is an insane game to start. Anyone that's in the lobby that might have exited now after they left, they're just thinking, where are they? Why aren't they done yet? So does end up getting that chosen Lucian. So this is definitely going to be a power spike, potentially for Mario Kart Player 5. Is looking to just spike their board as much as possible right now. So did drop the Twisted Fate. I'm not sure what they're doing. I think they might just be going for sort of like a 5-call soup here to try and counter against Stacy. But Stacy's board is just so capped with those Jazz units. It's going to be really, really hard to get that done. It's keeping a little bit of gold in their pocket. Just, I'm assuming for that Gambler's Blade. Nope, maybe looking to roll it here. But the end-ups is, you know what? I think Mario Kart is saying, look, if you're going to beat me with the Jazz, I'm going to pivot to Jazz, and we'll see which Jazz wins.
Let's see this headline illusion. Is it enough for the Goblin's Blade? Does have the attack speed stacked, but it's going to be enough. The Stacy Gale's board is really strong. The Ilaoi too, but the Stand for Heart is doing such a great job. Look at that, Zach jumping around and applying the even shroud everywhere. The AoE comes in, Caitlyn snipes away. The Lucian doesn't get the kill. She needs one more sniping. No, the Lucian is finally going down. Stacy Gale's just too strong. That is not gonna be a kill. That is still one more fight to go. 7-2. What?
This is insane, man. This is the craziest game I've ever casted. It might be one of the craziest games I've ever seen of TFT, but I love it. 3 HP Mario Kart Player 5 hanging on by a thread. 1 HP from Stacy here with that crazy Jazz setup. I think we're trying a little bit of a positioning change from Mario Kart here to try and maybe section off their comp a bit more. Hits the upgrade of the Yorick, but we're just jumping right back into it. I'm not giving you much chance to catch your breath. Black P, take it away.
It is one last fight now. Finally, one's going to be eliminated. There are more upgrades to the board on this side for Mario Kart Player, but there's going to be enough. The Caitlyn trying to snipe away things. The Lucian much better position in the middle now, jumping side to the left and to the right, making himself safe. Snipes away the Caitlyn once more, but does not get the kill. The Caitlyn tries once more. The cast doesn't get through the Ilaoi. This time the Lucian is surviving. It's not gonna look like it's gonna be enough. Yeah, Mario Kart Player 5, after one rough battle, gets the win over Stacy Gales. Amazing game. I don't think we could have asked for a better game 1 to start off the night.
I mean, that was wild. We went to 7-2. We saw a full pivot from disco back into Jazz for Mario Kart Player 5, and the guts to make that decision. It's so indicative of how good of a player that they are. And Stacy just able to cobble together from the depths of 5th place with 1 HP, pushing into that top 2 scenario. I think Mario Kart kind of saw it as from the spot they were in. I even hyped it up a lot of, we can just kind of cruise the rest of this game out because they had such an advantage on everyone else from economy, from health, from board state, all of that. But Stacy made them absolutely work for it. And what a game to set the tone for all the rest that we have today.
Amazing way to start things off. This is the ACL. This are the finals. This is the hype. But now we go into a very short break. Don't go anywhere because things are gonna go even crazier. All right, and we are back. This was indeed a very short break now. Game 2 is going to be very shortly on your screen, Deca. Things are going bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, I that game was wild. I hope we see even more wild stuff. The things I want to point out is again, we saw Gnar reroll in the top 4, right? I love that. I'm so excited about that. I love those kind of fringe comps that people kind of know are strong but don't know the lines to play them. But taking that risk and knowing that line in a competitive setting is so impressive to me. And then again, I know it was a couple minutes ago, but I want to call out just the decision to pivot there from that setup disco board that wasn't winning against Stacy's board to see the Lucian take it and run with it, pivot into that Jazz line, and then come out with that win. Just what a crazy game. Just hats off to everyone in that game. Like that was so fun to watch. It was so fun to cast. And I hope that we beat it in this next one. I hope that we have an even crazier game, an even hyper game in this next one.
Amazing start to the ACL. We also saw that amazing Mordekaiser by Sub-Zero arc. That was great. Another crazy reroll that we weren't expecting. And, well, I gotta say, as a fellow K-pop girl group fan, as you can see from my shirts, I was low-key rooting for Stacy Gales, and it was amazing to see that result. I gotta point out again, losing one fight, going down to 1 HP, being 5th place, and then making it all the way to top 2, very closely to top 1.
Yep.
That was just nuts. So Mario Kart Player 5 lost pretty much all their HP, down to 1 last life before they could take down. So basically, the extra HP was what let them pivot away and then find a way to win. But amazing result by Stacey Gales. Now we move on to game 2. The other 8 players that we are seeing playing tonight, and the first portal is the augment payout. So very similar to what we had before, but this time around players get gold when they select their augments.
Yeah, so from item payout to augment payout, we'll see how that changes things. But again, a shift in lobbies here, so we have another crew of players to kind of watch. We'll see if we see anything different. We'll see anything spicy. I didn't get to check the kind of the screenshots from the last lobby to see if anything crazy was taken. But speaking of not crazy, Olaf Chosen, Bruiser, just a very strong stage 2 unit, very powerful stage 2 unit. If you get a couple good things around it, it can absolutely just carry your stage 2, and you don't have to worry about really losing too much other than someone high rolling out of their mind, especially with potentially a BT slam. But so we'll see. I think we did see, we saw a KDA kind of a win in the last round with double KDA spat. So is that 10 KDA, I think, that we might have seen in that last game? That's something that it's dang near Exodia, right? I mean, 10 KDA is so powerful. So we did see a few good verticals in the last game. So we'll see.
A lot of rerolls.
This game. Yeah, a lot of rerolls, which I'm not surprised by. Reroll is very strong. We did see a Katarina take a top 4, which is, I think, against our religion at this point for me and you. I think we are Katarina haters, but we did see it top 4 in the last lobby. So maybe we can be converted to the Church of Katarina at this game.
Maybe now we start off with like gold augments for everybody. I don't think that's gonna happen, but who knows? Maybe Karina can win us over. I did love Karina for a long time, and I played for a long time, but nowadays it seems just too rough to pull it off, especially in such a high level kind of play. Let's see what augments these players are going to be taking. But I will point out this is a very Latino lobby, and I love it as a Latino myself because we have 2 players from Brazil, Shaco and Nihil, both teammates by the way as well, and then Tiburon Singh from Latam. So 3 players from South America.
Love to see that. Love to see the region diversity in these tournaments. Looking on board here with Kane Drew, we have a disco start, so we maybe see this could just be play strong unit. I'm assuming it is, especially with the Nico for the Guardian here. I'm assuming it's play strong unit, but again, Disco did end up taking 2nd place in the last lobby. So I don't know. Do you count Disco as taking 1st place in our lobby? It's hard to say because it was kind of losing, right?
Yeah.
But Disco was there at least for a while, in our last game. So we could see it, and again, it did take 2nd place in the lobby, in the other lobby that these players are watching now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone commit to it at some point this game.
It showed that it does have the potential to top 1. I just think that somehow the entirety of the lobby snowballed out of control to a point where you just needed that much legendary power that Disco wasn't enough. But under different circumstances, it looked like by all means that the TF was going to be taking the top 1. So I would say, yes, Disco has all the potential in the world for a top 1. But if we get some crazy lobby like the first one, then yeah, you will need to just pivot out into a level 5 headliner.
Now, Relic here does have the Jinx chosen. As usual, I would be surprised if they commit to the Jinx line. Mainly, my main theory is that because they have not used their Punk reroll this round, they probably aren't committing to that. But again, a very strong early chosen Punk for providing a lot of extra AD to Jinx, as well as obviously her being a 2-star because of the headliner. But the Nami is just a menace. I mean, Nami might be the bane of my existence on stage 2. Like, that unit was absolutely crazy on stage 2. And the chosen there just gives so much agency to that board and does so much damage and applies so much CC.
Nami definitely very good. It's going to be a very good holder for a eventual TF, and also a very good unit at making your stage 2 really strong. Now, very interesting thing to point out about our player on the screen right now, Relic. They came in after playing a Riot event, so they were already playing competitive like crazy throughout the day, and then they just go immediately into another set of competitive games here with the 6 games that we have tonight on the ACL. So gotta say that's gonna take a heavy mental toll on the player.
Yeah, the mental capacity has to be just dwindling at this point. I mean, again, it's one thing to sit down and play 5 or 6 games of TFT in a row and not really think about it too much when you're playing in solo queue, but when you're playing in these highly competitive environments and you're so tuned in to what's going on, you're hyper focusing, you're trying to play the best you can, not make any small mistakes that could cost you placements. It's draining, right? It's very, very draining to do that for a long period of time with any game, but TFT especially. So I'm happy to see Relic here. I hope that they did well in the Riot event, but I'm happy to see them here and present in this finals week and see what they can pull off here in lobby 2.
Barely able to make it, but did now, so they have the ability to maybe pull it off, and it's going to be amazing. I mean, think about it. Imagine if you pull off a nice competitive result on a event, then you go into a second one and you get wins on that second one as well. That will certainly be a proof that the player is mentally strong enough for competitive play. But now we go on to Chaos, playing Too Big to Fail or to Fall. I don't remember.
I think it's fail, and now, but now you've got me questioning if it's fail or fall. But yeah, it does have that bruiser front line, the Tom Kench, the Gragas. There's a lot of, again, I feel like a broken record, but there's a lot of flexibility here. The Rage Blade can go, yeah, fail. Look at that. Thank you, production. But it can go into a lot of different things. But there's a big old Olaf looking down the side of them. We'll see if Tom Kench is able to kind of cut through that Olaf, or maybe Nami can apply enough CC that it won't matter too much.
I will say that CC is rough to Sunfire as well. A Hoop Crusher Olaf is very thematic, you could say. But not going to be enough. This Nami is amazing. The attack speed buff from Disco itself, comboed with the Rage Blade, just too much CC for any unit to do anything, and there's a lot of big HP bars on the front line exploding on the enemies as well from that TK and the Gragas. So that is just really good.
And now we are down to 100 health player. Chaos is our last 100 health player alive, as Shaco did take a loss in the last round to kind of drop down there. Does have a Karthus in the bucket. I would be surprised if they took it, but it is a direction that they could go. Start pivoting or like motioning toward that pentakill line. But this Nami, again, just the menace of stage 2. Like, I don't know if there's a better stage 2 chosen than Nami, either Dazzler or Disco. We'll see if Tibun Unseen is able to kind of do something. Does have the KO back there with the Rage Blade and the Sniper's Focus. A very good pairing there. This front line is just going to be too tanky. The Nami's going to apply way too much pressure for KO to really do much heavy lifting against.
I will say, it is a good pairing, the Rage Blade plus the Sniper Focus. It's looking very close even, but it's not going to be enough. The thing is, very limiting, I would say, as well, in terms of what you can play around that. I would say KO Reroll herself could be really good with it, and then maybe TF, but it doesn't look like any resemblance of a disco line there. So where do you go from with a Rage Blade and a Sniper Focus?
You know, that's tough. Like, I like Rage Blade, Sniper Focus. You could play something like a Twisted Fate. Like, Twisted Fate would be fine with both those items, but you'd be missing some AP potentially that you might have from other things. You could play something like, I would say maybe a Senna. Like, Senna could be useful, but Senna's been leaning more toward the AP version right now again, so you'd be missing that. I'm not sure. I'm interested to see. Sniper's Focus has kind of come in and out of the meta a lot, and we'll see what they do with it. We do have a couple Seraphines here from Nihil, and does have the Shojin, so we could be looking at a Seraphine reroll, but also the Senna, the true damage Senna. It is kind of a wasted Shojin because Senna's superfan item is Shojin, so that kind of hurts. But a Seraphine reroll is something that we've seen a lot in the past few weeks, and is a very strong comp. So if they can get an early Seraphine 2, or just does commit to that Senna, or an early Seraphine Chosen, it could be a very, very good line to see, especially with the Rod and the Tier sitting on the bench.
Not only something we've seen, but it actually was played on the last round in this very same lobby as well, though it did take a 7, so maybe players figuring out that Seraphine might not be as good right now, or maybe just this lobby too good to deal with that. Now the Senna reroll, we've seen to some great results in the past. Let's see whether that's going to be the case here, or maybe if it's just a holder for now and we going to be end up in pivoting in the later parts of the game. Now we're going on to 3-2, and the second augment of the day. Can maybe we please get a Prismatic here to spice things up?
My fingers are crossed. I'm waiting for it. Do we have Prismatic here? Come on. The opposite. Okay, well, we do have Silver Augment here. No one's excited about Silver unless it's Recombobulator. Then I'm very excited about Silver. But yeah, the Senna is an interesting setup. I do think that comp is very, very strong. But again, the problem with what I'm seeing from Nihil's setup is that typically you want to do something like a Nashor's or Rage Blade, and then a Death Cap, just a lot of AP, and then you get the Shojin from the Superfan buff that you get, from having those 3 on board. You get the free Shojin. So I doubt that they will be committing to that, but there's a few directions they could go. Again, like we talked about, they could hit the Seraphine. They could look for something like Disco, right? They could even play towards something like an Ezreal. But hey, another Annie 3. Coach Mac with the Annie 3 doesn't have any mana generation right now, but a very, very early, kind of right where you want to be, Annie 3 right now.
Does have pumping up though, so that's going to be a lot of attack speed to everyone, including the Annie herself, and maybe that is the reason we are choosing not to go with a Nashor's and instead getting that Gunblade, which is an interesting choice, because then pumping up replaces Nashor's in giving Annie the necessary attack speed for extra casts, and then the Gunblade helps her provide that healing for the entire board and maybe make her front line last just a tad bit longer.
Absolutely. Great point out there. If they can just get a Shojin potentially on this carousel here, and it is in one of the early picks, so we'll most likely have a good shot at it, they'll be set up in a very, very good spot. And the misconnections there, I love that too. If they were missing any Annies, misconnections just going to give them a free Annie if they were missing one, and the rest to get a bunch of gold, right? So you also, they looked like that Coach Mac was missing potentially their super fans, because they only have the one Lilia, the one Kennen. They're able to kind of get the extra Annie, get the Lilia, get the Kennen, get the super fans rolling. Very good augment choice there on the Silver side. We'll see how they stack up against the Scourge of Stage 2, which is that Nami.
Extremely helpful, and good shout outs. Yeah, probably getting the Kennen and the Lilia. Also, maybe the NA3. Now we see that Chaos board is doing very well, especially now. Disco comboed with Keepers can be really, really good. Too big to flail, very good, as well as making those bruisers do a lot of extra frontline damage, but not going to be enough against an NE3. Coach Mac poised to make a little bit of a comeback now that he was able to hit his 3-star reroll, and now can. It's very early, 3-2, 3-3, so already with 50 gold can start making the push for higher levels to find the 4 and 5 cost units to his comp. Relic, gotta point out, 89 HP on fire, going hard to the top of the board.
So this is interesting. Coach Mac ends up going with the bow and not going for the Shojin. So we could potentially see a static Shiv here. You know, with the ramped up attack speed, applying a lot of static Shiv procs to drain that MR and just give more backline access to the anti-comp. It's not really a bad option. It's not one that I have seen much, but I would be interested to see what we have here. But looking on board with Taboo Unseen, we do see the chosen Kale here. They do have a lot of Kale, so I guess we're probably just going to be committing to Kale here. Sitting at 50 gold at level 6, where you would typically roll for that Kale. The double Rage Blade plus the Archangels is going to make this Kale do a lot of damage. Are they going to be able to keep up with a bunch of the late game boards? We've seen Kale kind of fall out of the meta a bit here and there. But that being said, it should be decently uncontested. And if you're allowed to hit those 3 stars for free, it can really get you into a good top 4 scenario.
Oh, look at Nihil is really pulling the Seraphine reroll 1 away from the Seraphine 3. Interesting pivots. We thought maybe Seraphine wasn't going to happen, but he used the Senna for as long as he needed to. So he built himself back some econ and then made the rolls, went for the Seraphine. Still 1 away from it and being at the 8th place right now with 42 HP. It's a rough spot. Still very possible to go for now. What is Tiburon Sin going for in terms of items here? Because they built, well, actually, the second Ginsu's is from the Super Fans?
Yes, yeah, Ginsu's is Kale's Super Fan, I believe.
Yeah, because it doesn't have the marker around, you know. So
exactly. Yeah, it is kind of weird, but we would have seen, you know, that there's that interaction with the Super Fan where the items will pop off if they're full. So we would have seen that if it wasn't. So we are saying that this is going to be a double Rage Blade Kale here. I like the idea. There was a bug a long time ago. I don't think it's present anymore, where if you had double Rage Blade, one of them just wouldn't stack appropriately. And the way to do that, to fix that, would be to take them out and put them back in every single round. That it would kind of correct that. So I think that might be what the Boot Unseen is doing to try to make sure that their Rage Blades don't randomly bug out, even though I don't know if that bug's still around anymore. But better safe than sorry, right? It's not that big a deal. But that Kale is doing a lot of damage, does have the second duper, so is, you know, +1 Kale, so 3 kills away from that Kale 3. I don't think that they're going to pivot from here. I think they're kind of committed, but we'll see if they're able to hit that Kale 3 fast. A little bit of a cash out here from Shaco. Does have the Anima Visage for a lot of extra frontline there. And what is this that we've seen? We've seen it 100 times, and we'll see it 100 more. The blue buff, the IE, the 1 bow. We're looking for Ezreal, right? Again, we've said it 100 times. The natural kind of pivot from Heartsteel. But a really good start here. Is kind of low on HP, but has good economy. Is level 7 ahead of the curve, which is 4-1. So a pretty good setup for Shaco here. Would love to see if they can make this push later on. This is one of my favorite players to watch. They've been a lot of fun to watch throughout the regular season. So I really want to see them keep playing in this tournament.
The Anima Visage is a very interesting drop because it basically means an extra gold augment for Shaco. Mm-hmm. The first, it's the same as getting that portable forge that he already got. Now builds himself a Last Whisper. Doesn't think too much on going for that red buff. Is fine with the Last Whisper, which of course is going to be a great item for Ezreal. Right. Lacking anti-healing on the late game can be scary, but of course can still be built in other ways. Now, talk about rerolls. Senna 3 just hit by Kendrew there at the top. There is a Samira reroll by it's Hanako, it's Relic here. So many players going for a reroll once again. Something that we didn't see on the other lobby, but this lobby, 2 games in a row with at least 4 players going for a reroll centric comp.
Yeah, and when you're planning on playing a 2-cost reroll, so if I'm thinking about playing Seraphine, I look around, someone's playing Kale, someone's playing Senna. It just makes it so much easier to make that decision, right? Because you're going to have a lot of 2 costs being pulled out of the pool, and another non-prismatic. What happened, Black P? We just lost our mojo, I think. I don't know. You're gonna have a lot of other 2 costs pulled out of the pool. That's just gonna make it a lot easier. Nihil does hit that Seraphine 3 on the side there, so a lot of these players have hit. I have yet to see a Kale 3 come down, so I think we might be waiting to see that one. But this Giants board is looking very strong. Does have the Akali already at level 7, which is a good point there, and has sort of those items spread around for those scrappy inventions. Is that right? I always get that name wrong.
Yes, yes.
But that's such a good augment to have with true damage, where you want to spread items anyway, right? To give that true damage activation bonus. So being able to just give free items to all of your true damage units, such a good thing to do.
Now we see the Samira reroll versus the Senna, but there is no Samira 3 just yet. And plus with the scrappy inventions and all those extra items on top of it, the Senna is poised to take a very easy win here, but maybe not, because look at that cannon taking so much damage. Yeah, but the Senna survives really fine. It was a close one, still a win for the Senna Kendra over Relic. Now take a look at the bottom of the leaderboards, because Nihil and Shaco, both Brazilian players, both teammates at the very bottom at 35 and 32 HP respectively, trying to make that comeback. Nihil of course playing the 3-star reroll Seraphine, and then Shaco with the hot stills.
Yeah, and Tabutin did hit that 2-star or that 3-star Kale. We see Relic hitting that 3-star Pantheon, so a lot of 3-star 2 costs in this lobby right now, which is certainly making it easier for each other. Is sitting at pretty low economy right now at level 7, only 13 gold, not a lot of room to make gold, holding those Akalis. Akali is probably the most hotly contested in the lobby right now, Black P, as we've seen a lot of people with a pair and no one's quite hit that 2-star yet.
Gale's going for the disco line with a headline as Zach for now, and I think it works very fine. You can be your headline all the way through, not necessarily you must go for IATF or a Blitzcrank. Now we see this Gale stacking up the Rage Blades and the Archangels, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough because the cards are coming in, and look at that Zach, so strong. It's amazing how both the Zach and the Poppy, extremely flexible front lines. You just take them as a headliner, you build them, and they do the job in pretty much any comp.
Yeah, just clicking strong units is a really good way to kind of position yourself well in the HP department. So
yeah,
that is definitely a strong unit there. That Zach doing so much work. We do see our legendaries on the carousel. The illusion is taken. I think there was one more. I think I kind of missed where it was. I thought I saw Ziggs, but maybe I'm crazy. But we will see the boards kind of start to spike. We should see people kind of getting toward level 8. We see Chaos there is already level 8. But what this lobby doesn't have, is from what we've seen, is a lot of economy. A lot of players are really broke right now, for being honest. So I don't think we're going to see like we saw last game where we had 5 people at level 9 or level 10, right? So I think we're going to hang out much closer to the level 8 mark and kind of let these 2-cost rerollers play it out with a few little discos and executioners thrown in there. But a headliner, a Zed here, sorry, I just blanked for a second, with that EDM, with the crowd diver, it's going to be a lot of damage here, but not a lot of gold. So if they want to pivot, it's going to be a really hard fought battle for Shaco.
Shaco really needs to survive at the very least, because the rewards from the cash out are going to come in after this next fight. Facing off against Hanako with a big Caitlyn in the back. This 1-star Ezreal suffers a lot from not having too much damage. The Zed helped a lot in the front line, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Caitlyn might be the only unit left alive. No, the and the bot as well. So 2-unit win for Hanako, 14 HP for Shaco. Now let's see whether this cash out is going to be enough for them to make it into a comeback.
Let's see, and it's a train dummy with that's not exactly what you wanted to see there. Just had the locket of the Iron Solari on there. Will give a bit of extra resistances to his non-existent front line currently, but we'll give some extra resistances to the Zed, to the Yone, so that's definitely not bad. But it's just so anti-synergetic with the main tank being that hull breaker set. So really hate to see that, but maybe be able to get through this TF2 here. But this Zac is a bit of a problem.
A bit of a problem is an understatement. That Zac is just massive, and this one-star Ezreal lacks a lot of damage, but it's a one-star TF on the other side as well. The big one from the Ezreal wasn't able to get the kill. Let's see if the next one is going to be able to. He needs to cast once more, and then a big one goes through. The TF is gone. Now the Zac's going to be alone, and then I'm going to assume that the tank by himself is not going to be able to get the kills. Close on getting the kill on the
wait, hold on.
Ezreal. It does. Oh my god. Now it's going to be the Sett and the Zac on the 1v1 there. Are the punches going to be enough? No. This Zac rules.
Yeah, Zac is a menace. Does have the burn from the Sunfire as well as from the Onyx Spark, right? So does apply a bit of damage everywhere he bounces. So when it gets to just a few units there, it's applying damage to kind of everyone. And just an absolute menace to get through. Shaco sitting at 5 HP on 4-7 here. It really needs to find something going. I think that Shaco, let's see, what did Shaco do last game? I think they came in. Oh, so they're top 4 in the last game, right? So it's definitely a good,
pretty much.
Yeah, a good start there, but just not able to get their footing under them. A lot of just not able to hit the Ezreal 2, not even a pair of Ezreals right now. So a decision needs to be made. Are we going to kind of risk it for the biscuit and sell the Zed and look, or are we going to just roll and see what happens? I think they're probably playing a little bit safer here. Does have another set too. That's just not what you want. There's not a lot of gold here to work with. Has a pair of Ezreals. Maybe can find a miracle Ezreal 2 here, but not quite. It's going to be a really hard fight. But they do have Nihil and Tibut Unseen as one of their potential opponents, 2 of the lower people in the standings right now. But a Samira 3 is not what you want to be staring at if you're Shaco right now.
Relic just hit that Samira 3, had already hit the Pantheon 3 a while ago as well. Can these units get through those big 3 stars or not? This Ezreal is having a very rough time getting kills because of the lack of damage. Oh, that was close. The Ezreal did go down, but the Zed was enough to do the job there on the backline.
Yeah, and Ezreal, I mean, Zed able to get it done. I mean, the same thing you did. Able to get it done on the backline there and able to get through that Samira 3. So a big win there from Shaco. Just needs a little bit more to make their board stable. Because I think we're going to hop on board here with Nihil looking at that Seraphine 3. Now, this board is quintessential Seraphine, right? It's still missing the Akali, which is, again, pretty hard to get in this lobby. Could maybe find like a Kaisa to replace it if they really want that KDA 5 boost. But right now, it's okay with just that Spellweaver 5 and the KDA 4. This Seraphine is going to be an absolute problem. You know, could slot in something like a Lulu for that to get that hyper pop rolling. But again, it's looking very, very strong. Facing up against Shaco, we'll see if we can get an elimination this round.
Teammates, country mates facing off. One of them must be eliminated. That is just sad matchmaking for them. Let's see who is the one who makes it through. The Seraphine with the AoE is just amazing. The Echo with the Steadfast Heart is tanking, soaking up so much of that damage. The Zed is really trying, but it is enough. The Zed gets the kill. The Mark that gets the job done, and that set is just impossible for the Seraphine to get through. But the Ezreal was sniped away by the Seraphine, so she does get the job done, and Shaco is gonna take the 8th place, which is really rough.
That was the back and forth, and you said there are a lot of players came over there to kind of check out what was going on. I mean, that was I was convinced the other one was going to win it at some point in time during that match, but does find the Kaisa, gets up to that KDA 5, and if they can just find, if Nihil can just find that that RE2 will go a long way to kind of pushing this board forward. And again, sadly, like I pointed out, finding that Akali is going to be really hard. It's just not, it's a unit that everyone is kind of positioning for, but with a lot of top players on your matchmaking board here, we'll see if they can get it done versus this Executioner.
Relic's position is really good against the Seraphine. No units clumped up, so the AoEs are going to take a longer time to find the correct targets. But can the Seraphine find a cast on top of that Samira and get the kill? The Pantheon for now holding back so much damage, and the Samira already gets access to the backline, so Nihil is gone, and it is the 7th place. Oh god, both country mates, both teammates, 7th and 8th place holding hands. That is just sad to watch.
Yeah,
especially for me being from Brazil as well. Gotta say, yeah.
For me too, Blipey. I've kind of started rooting for who you root for. So
yeah.
So I'm sad to see that happen again. Checo has been one of my favorite players to watch this tournament so far. But again, had a good top 4 finish in the last game. So an 8th, while it does give you a little bit of setback, does not at all put you out of contention to move on. So Checo definitely has some ground to make up, but can absolutely do it. Looking on board here with To Be Unseen does have that 3-star Kale. Is again sitting at that 13 HP. So we have a pretty big separation starting to form as well from our top 2 players who are in that 60 range, and that kind of just drops off a cliff. We'll see if the Kale can get it done. I am still kind of skeptical about where Kale falls kind of in the power balance right now in TFT, but this is a pretty good setup. Does have a decently itemized Mordekaiser. The DFG is pretty interesting, but the front line is just might not be enough to make it through something like, this Executioner board.
In the first game, it was the Mordekaiser coming back to us every single fight. Now it's the Samira and the Executioners wrecking everyone in front of them, executing everyone in front of them, if you will. But this time around, it's a much closer fight against the KO. Is still in favor of them. Tiburon Singh takes the loss, but still survives at 2 HP. Coach Max at 8th with a win, and Haneko takes a big loss at 16, going down to 3. So now 6 players remain, 3 of them barely.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see some eliminations, maybe a couple this round or potentially the next. As Kendry does also lose. I believe they were on a streak, but yeah, this board is just not quite enough to get it done. I think that really the kind of missing factor here is frontline. We do have, excuse me, Pentakill 7 here, but 2 Sentinels. The super fans, the Nara with 1 item, the Nico 1, the Akali 1, the Karthus 1 with no items. It's just not quite there. There's not a lot of gold for Tiburon to kind of make it up.
The Portal Forge item too, not that great. The artifact that we ended up getting. The usage for it on the Mordekaiser is not as big as it would have been on a carry, for example. Now trying to make it through Chaos's board, but it's just too strong at level 9 with a big Zac, 2 Dazzlers in the back doing such high AoE damage. Now the cards and the race from the Lux go onto the Chaos, so it's a GG for Tiburon Singh's board. Them and Coach Mac eliminated. Coach at 4, Tiburon Singh at 6, and my god, did I curse everyone here? Because I started this lobby calling out who was Latino lobby, and then all 3 Latinos got 6th to 8th place. The hell was that?
My curse didn't work, but yours certainly did, Sir Blackfeet. So, but there is another game. They'll have plenty more to play. We do have our top 4 solidify on board here with Kendry with that Senna reroll. But I want to point out that Chaos with that TF, with that Disco TF, right? So we've seen now Disco TF be in both these lobbies really uncontested and sending someone into the top 4 at least, right? Some big upgrades there from Kendry, Seraphine, and the Akali. Again, with that Scrappy Invention spreading out those items so nicely. A Mumu 3 hit from Relic. And again, Relic, let's point that out. The Relic came off of that Riot tournament, 20 minutes ago, I think. Realistically, so he's been playing so much TFT, and I was worried if they were either warmed up or burnt out, and it looks like they're just getting warmed up, Black P.
Looks like it's great results so far. Now we see Haneko's boards very close to elimination. They're playing the Caitlyn versus the big Senna 3 from Kendry. The true damage has proved too much because the true damage deletes things easily, and Haneko is going to end up being the 4th place in this lobby. Now 3 are going to remain Kendry with the true damage reroll. Relic with a massive Amumu 3 who apparently wasn't tanky enough to survive Chaos's board, and Chaos of course playing that Disco line with the TF.
Yeah, this Amumu 3 is definitely a menace. Does have the Hull Breaker on it to give it even more power here. The problem is that there's just not maybe just not enough damage. The Karthus doesn't have any items, but that's kind of fine because you have the Samira and the Vex itemized. There might be a world where you swap, once you get another Vex 2, you might swap those items over to Karthus because I don't think you have the economy to 3-star the Vex. And then the 1-star Akali, again, I pointed this out, a very contested unit here. It's just been very difficult to get them going in this game.
The Executioners are facing off against Kendrew's Ghost, so Kendrew and Chaos facing off on the real 1v1, so with a much weaker board here, the Executioners seem like they can get the win over the True Damagers. Very close, but they do. So Kendrew and Chaos facing off the True Damage versus the Discos. We take a look at the very end of the fight. Kendrew does take the loss, so Chaos for now the strongest player by far.
Yeah, Chaos keeping that win streak, has a 31 HP lead right now. And Kendrew, again, no gold, is level 9. There's not a lot of room for improvement here. There's not a lot of level up you can go. Obviously, we could get a Kiana instead of that Yasuo. That would be a much better unit to have in that slot. But outside of that, there's not a ton of upgrades, right? We have the Caitlyn 2, we've got the Akali 2, we've got the Ari 2, we've got everything that we need. We just have to see if it can. And there's really, the thing is, there's not a lot of positioning advantages either, because you have to position inside the KDA. So Kendrew's kind of handoff keyboard at this point, and we'll see if it's enough to get it done here.
And talking about the positioning, it's so easy for that whole Crusher 3-star Amumu to be positioned in the very middle and be tanking every single unit. But even though was that enough, Kendrew's board was able to delete things, and Relic took the loss. So by the looks of it, Kendrew and Chaos on the final 1v1 is what we're looking at. Relic might try to make a pushback, but it's not looking that great. Now the thing is, how can Kendrew change anything to get through Chaos's board?
I think they have a spat there. I think they have a sword. Yep, they do have a sword, so they have a true damage spat, which will open up that unit spot, right? So no longer has to play the Yasuo, no longer has to find a Kiana. You can just focus on playing another strong unit. So, unfortunately, they don't have a lot of gold, and Chaos just went level 10 and got another Twisted Fate 2. I'm just looking for that to be a Twisted Fate 3. Okay, it's not. But yeah, it does open up that slot. But again, is it enough to deal with that board from Chaos, especially capping around level 10? I'm not sure. I'm not sold. But right now, we're looking at Relic, who's going to be facing up against Chaos with that new level 10 board. Let's see what it looks like.
It looks like something pretty much impossible to beat. We have Jess on top of all of that, so with the Lucian and the bots, with 4 Dazzlers to his name, with Too Big to Fail. So that Zac explodes for massive amounts of damage when he does get it, especially if he explodes in the backline, which wasn't the case this time around. Samira really trying some very close fight, but the Vex does get the kill. So Relic survives at least for one more round. Interesting that Chaos's board is actually able to take a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised by that as well. I mean, I didn't think that they would be able to do that, but I do want to highlight Chaos, who came in, I believe, 7th in the last round. So a really good bounce back there. Bot 4ing like that can really affect your mental if you're not careful, right? Because there's a lot on the line here. You're at the end of play. There's no week 2 after this. There's no week 3 after this. We're done after today. So taking an early bot 4, especially like a 7th or 8th, can really be detrimental to your mental. But Chaos has bounced back amazingly.
Bouncing back is the name for Chaos here, playing really well around this Disco and the Zac. Now going on to the face of these true damagers, the Zac, if he explodes when he dies at the backline, he deletes everything coupled with the AoE from the TF. But once again, the Zac explodes on the front line, and so it doesn't help that much. Chaos takes a loss once more, and still all 3 of them alive. 3 players going on to stage 7.
Yeah, we're doing it again, right? We're going into stage 7 again. I mean, these are some long games, and Chaos is keeping the hope of Twisted Fate 3 potentially alive. But I really do love this line, because obviously usually if you're playing Disco, if you're playing TF, you're seeing that Disco vertical. But again, with the Too Big to Fail, with that Zac applying that bruiser, and like you said, just if he explodes at the right time, he's just going to delete that backline. But Kendrew is able to get that spat down, and not only get it down, but get it onto a Caitlyn, who is one of the better holders of that item. So giving the true damage Caitlyn is adding so much extra pressure to the front line. This Disco Bruiser front line from Chaos. I'm really interested to see what happens now. They do have the Alawi 2, do hit the Lucian 2, so I mean, we're seeing upgrades here, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be able to get through this pyramided up KDA true damage mess that Kendrew has, but I think we're going to see it face off against Relic first.
The Executioner boards the Ghost from Relic, which means that Kendrew and Relic are the actual fight going on now. This is nuts because we had a game going to 7-2. Now we have a game potentially going on to 7-3, maybe. So this ACL just starting off like crazy. We are certainly gonna get a win against the Ghost here. Relic gets eliminated by Kendrew. So now it's the 1v1 between Chaos and Kendrew, both at 30 plus HP. Yeah, I'm assuming there's one more round after this.
Yeah, Ziggs 2 gets added to the board. We're looking around to see what we can do here. Does have the other TF to replace it. I'm interested to know where they're going to go. I think they're just going to that like 5 cost carry comps. They've got to the point where they're level 10. They have access to a lot of 5 costs. They do have the Bruiser Zaxiel to add a lot of frontline. And now just what we talked about, clicking good units, these are just good, solid units, and these items on something like a Ziggs can dump out a lot of damage, maybe on the Sona, but isn't committing them quite yet. Okay, there we go. I was scared for a second. We'll see how it plays out here.
True damagers with that Caitlyn true damage now versus these big level 10 boards by Chaos, the Lucian and the Ziggs doing such a hard amount of AoE damage, deleting things. Look at the Zac bouncing on top of everybody. This is a smash of a fight against Kendrew. It's a big win, takes him down to 7 HP, but yes, we do have one more round, so 7-3 it is.
7-3 it is. I thought we were going to cap out at 7-2 there, but nope, not quite. Kendrew's hanging on by 7 HP. The player damage is ramped up so high right now. Does end up going and selling the Caitlyn. I'm not 100% sure what they're looking for. Does find the Lucian potentially, but I really think this might have been a downgrade here. Does have a rapid fire still from the Lucian, but not able to find that Lucian too. A lot of the Lucians are going to be on Chaos's board, and Black P, this might be the last fight.
It might be. It very likely is. Chaos with the big legendaries versus the true damages from Kendrew. 1 level diff. There is so much shield on the Zac. He bounces on top of everybody and then explodes for tons of damage. The Lucian with the snipes comes in with so much attack speed from that rage blade. There is not enough damage to take down that Zac. Look at that Akali. Scary going onto the back, but the kunais are not going to be strong enough. Kendrew takes the loss, and Chaos, using the Zac, bounces back and gets the top 1.
And now 2 games in a row, we've seen these level 10 boards. It's a bunch of legendary good units just taking over. And again, 2 games in a row, we've seen a pivot off of Disco into level 5 or level like our 5 cost boards, right? So that's a line I have no experience with, and I might have to try an AAL tomorrow and go 8th because it's not going to work for me because I don't know how to do it. But what an exciting game! Both games going to stage 7 and midway through stage 7 at that. Just a good way to start this last week of play for the ACL.
Amazing way to start things. Got bonkers right off the bat, and well, I'll say we did not get a prismatic. That was sad for us, but how can anyone top this? 7-2, 7-3? No games are going to be as crazy as this one, Decker. We got the best ones. No, just kidding. There are still 4 more crazy games to come. 2 more in the semi-final, let's put it this way, kind of stage, and then 2 at the finals at the very end. But that was it from me and Decker. This was our last cast on the ACL, of course, because these are the finals. So once more, thank you, Decker, for our duo here, because it has been a great journey.
It's been a pleasure casting with you throughout the regular season and now into playoffs. So I appreciate you being my partner in crime here. And even if we had no prismatics today, we're still the prismatic caster duo in my heart. So I'm going to hang on to that.
Yeah, that's it. The prismatic caster duo now says they're very well, because you got 2 new casters coming in for game 3 and 5. Before that, a very short break. Thank you. Don't go anywhere.
Our players are halfway there. They're still living on all their prayers because it is time for the second half here. I'm So Avdan. I'm here with my good friend Invective, and these two first games have been wild. Needless to say, there is no clear front runner, and every single person in these lobbies still has a shot at the top of the prize.
I think the field is so very tight, so Avdanum, for this finals weekend. We've got 2 more games with us in the next few hours to decide who is going to advance to our final lobby. And right now we are going to have a look at some of the contenders like Red Sword, Kandrew, and Coach Mac, players who have been competing for the duration of this season, doing so very well, using this as their honing ground and also as their primary place of competition. They're making it look really, not want to say easy, but they're making it look, they're making themselves stand out here. When you look at some of these other names, Joe Bookmark, who's had ups and downs, some of these other players, Pitsy, who came in at the #1 seed, is, having, a first and an 8th. A lot of these top end players that have played in ACL for so long, it's just incredible to see all this talent come to life here in the last week with all these games and points on the line. And I think the meta has shaped up to be very fair and balanced, actually. Yeah. Heartsteel has come down in terms of the way that it accelerates the game, the way that it allows players to access so many of these items. I think that being brought into line has allowed reroll compositions to thrive. And the variety of reroll compositions, the flexibility that you have when you play around Superfan, really opens up a lot of different avenues for players to take. Yeah, I love a lot of this because, we just came, like you said, Heartsteel is now being roped in, and now that those changes, we still see a lot of those comps. We saw the Senna come in the last one. We're still seeing Punk also rein in a little bit, so those jinxes that maybe were a terror on some of the lower boards are really still here. And like you said, the Superfan still seems to be key. So what are some of those, hit us with some of these things, because we've gotten a view of it, but what are those key Superfan targets that we should be looking for, and these players are going to be building around coming into these next 2 games? Now that they're warmed up and ready, what should we be looking for in these Superfan comps? Absolutely. We've seen Senna, we've seen Seraphine, and we've seen Kale. Other things could open up. What if somebody hits an early Bard or an early Misfortune and goes into Jazz? I think that could be very impactful as well. We saw the dominance of Jazz with That's Jazz Baby, with Superfan, when Billy Can Carry finalized that final game at Heartsteel Cup, and I think that could very well be something we see in this one. Pleated Anvil will be the opener, so have a nice free item. And, well, I think this is also, I don't know, it feels weak, but I think this has so much potential when you really look at it. I mean, do you crack it early, or do you hold on to it until you really have set it up? Because I'm always inclined to be like, yeah, I want to crack this immediately to know what's in here. Yeah, when you see that augment choice, that can really inform the way your early game is going to go. So, for example, if you get an item out of Salvage Bin or another one of these item anvils or item augments, you are going to have a complementary item hopefully come out of this anvil. That's the hope. Red Sword here, tied for first right now, 13. There's 3. This is one of our top 3 right now, just kind of hanging in. You mentioned the early Bard earlier. I mean, there's one. It's not the headliner, but, you love those early kind of 2 costs popping out. At least I always do. It gives me such a good direction of what I could move myself into. Yeah, and these are really great options. I think the Gnar, we've even seen Gnar reroll today, curiously enough. But yeah, there are a lot of powerful options coming in for that player. But Kandrew is already going to have the Bruiser Olaf chosen. And I think that Olaf has just been an absolute force to be reckoned with in the last few weeks of competition. I mean, considering he got those boosts, I agree with you. There's it feels so goofy, right? But when you look at, the health gain from the swings, it's kind of a no-brainer in a lot of ways, right? Like we've seen this in his sets past, where if a unit just gains health on attack, especially with a headliner, that's just like a great starting point as we'll hit the first augment. Speaking of that, pumping up, I mean, if you're going to keep this Olaf, that seems like a slam to me. Yeah, Kandrew is not quite going to agree, and I think it's going to be tight between Salvage Bin and Vampirism. You have the option to slam a bunch of items aggressively, and I think Kandrew is going to opt for that. So So, this is a very exciting choice, and it's an augment that only the highest level players can really start to think about utilizing to its fullest extent. And I think that Kane is one of those players. Gonna be competing in regionals a week or so from now, and I think that this is an excellent proving grounds for that playstyle.
Yeah, especially this is a great place to kind of check to see what you want to do. And they will grab a couple pieces off and break it all apart. A lot of tiers, a couple rods. It looks like they are going to try to slam the Giant Slayer early, and they're going to slam the hat, and they're going to slam the Giant Slayer onto this Kale. They'll run the Bruiser front line, and I mean, that reads like Ari to me. Am I wrong in that?
I think this could open up a wide variety of AP carries here. So I think if Kane is going to be playing around 4 costs, it could be the Karthus, which we've seen do relatively well today, but also the Ari, also the Twisted Fate. I think this opener needs a little bit more direction. Even Kane slamming the Giant Slayer on 2-1, I feel like that is an uncharacteristically odd item choice, because that item is not giving you a lot of value right here and now.
Well, like you said, if he doesn't like it, he can break it apart. But Sub-Zero Arc on the other side does manage to have quite a punk opener there. That's 6 Jinxes I spot, and I'd kind of mentioned, hey, look at punk. Oh, we'll just get 4. Okay, yeah, we're in a great spot here. We do have the punk with the punk Jinx, so 6 punk isn't off the line here. And we were kind of talking about it. Am I wrong? Is this like still a viable line to play the Jinx here?
I don't hate it when you already have 6 Jinxes on your bench, but one thing I want to point out is that Sub-Zero Arc's augment choice really doesn't speak to the kind of low-level reroll that Punk orients it towards, right? With Caretaker's favor, I feel like you really want to be pushing those levels and getting to at least level 7, if not level 8, in order to get as much value as possible.
Well, speaking of that, the value on the lost streak of 2 will have to be had, and I think that was escort quests across the map from them, so they'll reward as well. Yeah, it feels like this is kind of there was 6 Jinxes, I guess we're going to play this, and I don't hate this. This is a pretty solid opener, especially if you get 4 punks so early. That feels like something you could, in theory, maybe ride, but I agree with you. I'm not really sold on this right now.
That's for sure. And Coach Mac, we see at level 5 already. Patient Study being used for tempo in this situation. I think it's a very powerful way to play. And when you look at how this matches up against maybe the Escort Quest player, I don't know who's going to win that fight.
It is going to be open, and especially with what's with them, the Crowd Diver is an early interesting pick. Pair that in, they're already almost 5 KDA. That's kind of insane. So still a very wide open board, only slamming that stone plate and the armor. So still a lot to go, and they'll retain that 100 for it. And Coach Mac is one of those players. We've seen them around. We've seen them come and go, and coming to the 2-4 carousel. I mean, you slammed a bunch of tank items, so I guess that leaves you open for, to still open up your backline, right?
Absolutely. I think it is really valuable, as we mentioned earlier, in Component Anvil, to find a synergy between those 2 items. So whether Coach Mac found the Gargoyle's Stoneplate or found the Warmog's armor out of the Anvil, I think putting those 2 together have been really valuable for Coach Mac as they pick up yet another defensive component to add to that list.
Interesting. They'll have a cape to go with it, and it looks like it will be the instant slam. So, I mean, the frontline unit is there, and I gotta say that's a pretty fierce frontline. That tells me they're ready to go all in on just something. It makes a great set of items for an Echo down the road.
I completely agree with you. I think that this sets the stage up for a really dominant win streak if Coach Mac can find enough damage to make this all work. Heading into 2-5, there's a really high chance you'll fight someone strong here, but it is going to be Liltop who's running the Heartsteel already.
The Heartsteel with the Yasuo chosen. Interesting. We'll see. I mean, it's worked out for them now. The Scrappy innovations have hit 2, so quite a variety of things across from them. But the singular, the frontline tank is holding on all those items and eventually will get through there. But the Yasuo is not going to be strong enough on his own to get through, so it'll be the 4v1 to clean it up. And I mean, like you said, Coach Mac is just happy to ride out, the 4 win streak and keep this going as best as they can. because I'm staring at that, and we'll have to check in with them because we're jumping back to Red Sword, who also end up in Punks. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I think this is what Sub-Zero Arc might have gone for in a different universe, but Red Sword with the Rage Blade slammed, with 4 Punk activated, is in a powerful spot looking at this 2-6 round. I don't know if Coach Mac, with those 3 tank items slammed, is going to have enough damage, but wow, this is bold. Wow. Red Sword switching over to the Senna.
I mean, it is the true damage, so you do get the buff immediately, and the rest of your pieces are still there. I don't hate it, but like you said, it is giving up a lot. So coming up, we'll knock down one of these from 100 as Coach Mac, and his strong front line is going to be enough there. No healing on board for the cape to hit either, so I'm kind of noticing that, but it looks like these frontline warriors of Coach Mac are just so good. The Gnar is trying to do some work, but he's not going to be able to fight through. Now the question is the Rage Blade ticked up enough at 26 to win it? It looks like it will be, so Red Sword will fell Mac, and he stands alone at number 100.
Yeah, one thing I want to call out is that committing to the Senna can be very risky for your economy. You know, you don't get as much flexibility when you play around a 2-cost Chosen. You put 6 gold into the drain, but I think that Senna's area of effect really had a powerful impact in the fight that we just watched. So really good play out of Red Sword here.
I think you nailed it. We'll come up to the 2-7 bots, and you know, the Evershroud is there. I do think that's a solid item. So we did manage to find a 3rd true damage if you're Red Sword, and I think the question is, do we like this Senna enough to carry it through? And also, does anything pop out? And you can see most of them are gone. You did hit a couple of capes. Giant Slayer is out there if you want it, but I mean, is this enough? Do you think to make a this doesn't feel like enough to make a pivot into true damage? I don't think.
Not quite, and I think the Senna reroll is going to be a bit far away for Red Sword to consider it very strongly. But look at Kangeru's position. This is insane. The timing of all this has worked out so well. Despite taking Salvage Bin 2-1, you don't get a full win streak going, but you do find a Heartsteel Chosen, and that allows you to play this sort of flexible style right up to 3-2, when you can reroll for this Seraphine Chosen and really turn the game around.
Yeah, and considering they're still on that 5 losing streak and the bottom of the board at 73 HP, you know, I don't think that's too bad of a loss. I don't think that's I don't think that's like the worst place it's going to be, but it looks like it might steal the win here. So your chest of fortunes is unfortunately probably seeing the best of what it is. But I mean, I don't think that's your like biggest concern here, is it? Like, that's just fine. That's just free items along the way.
Absolutely. I think getting the difference between a 20 cash and a 40 cash is not going to be huge for Kangeru. What you really want to see is him turn up the tempo, roll down to maybe 30, 40 gold, and binary airdrop is going to be such a powerful way to round that out if Kangeru wants to go for it.
3-2 prismatic here. Sends away 2, still holds on to airdrop, and it looks like it will be the airdrop. Yeah, I don't disagree. He'll get 2 units, manage to pair it up.
Oh my god,
no
that is
way.
Crazy.
That's nuts.
Oh my god.
What? No way. You don't hit that early. That's insane.
Okay, this is getting a little bit disturbing. Kangeru turning up the luck to 100 as they get exactly what they want in just a few rolls. This is an extremely powerful setup.
How? Man, absolutely blessed by Mortog, and has 3 set up. Both of those Seraphines are set up to benefit from the airdrop. That's insane. If you went scouted in the last turn, you're probably going to be so confused, and Neil is going to have to see what's on the other side of them. But it looks like they are hard in on this Urgot, who's just going to get overwhelmed by the sheer bonuses, and no protection for that. So yeah, Kangeru just ready. Like you said, you wanted him to turn it up. It seems like he got exactly the look he needed to do that.
And extremely wise of Kangeru to know that is exactly what you need. You don't need to roll any further. This is going to dominate stage 3. I would expect, if a really strong board is put together on the other side, it might give them a challenge. But there's even another component coming out of Salvage Bin, rewarding you a stage later that is going to amp up the binary even more.
It's a vest. Titan's not, unfortunately, great for the super fan comps, so it's going to have to sit to the side for now. And considering looking across the side, I see Joe Bookmark is the only one really sitting there on fire running that win streak. But that's, oh, there's another Seraphine player across in Coach Mac. So it looks like this is going to be a contested similar fight. And we saw how Coach Mac was able to hold on to these frontline items and really find the value. Didn't quite trade them off, though, so they are on a bit of a weaker. And, you know, just, again, the free items from Binary Airdrop just give Kanger such a huge buff. And I mean, I think this is a great piece of information gained, right? Like, you know, if you're Kanger, like, you know the Seraphine's contested now.
I think that if you are Kanger, you expect someone like Coach Mac to pivot off of the Seraphine line. With Coach Mac having patient study, you have the option to go push level 7, push level 8, and Kanger might be allowed to continue rerolling. But I do wonder if Coach Mac is just going to hard commit.
We'll find out here on the 3-4 carousel. Everybody gets their goodies, and we'll see ourselves back out of circle time into our respective groups. And I mean, that Seraphine, I want to talk about that Seraphine line for a minute while we got a second, because it's been so important, and we'll see the cash out here from Lil Top, who, you know, took a hard loss, but still sitting on the gold, sitting with that Senna headliner. I don't see where we're going here. We pick up a couple bruisers, and we'll break apart what we were looking for. I'm not sure where we're going with this.
You know, I think I can fill that in for you, Soev. This really looks to me like a classic AD flex spot. You haven't completed a lot of the components that you associate with Ezreal and with Zed, but really Gunblade and Edge of Night could go on Zed, could go on the Akali, and then you also get to flex the additional components into something like Ezreal or Caitlyn. And I think that this is going to be a very potent composition for Little Top if they can get to that 4-2 roll down, if they don't lose too much HP along the way. But looking across the aisle at someone like, I believe this is Coach Mac. Like, you really don't get a lot of leeway in this mid game. Lil Top is already down to 55 HP.
Yeah, and considering we see the span from 96 to 55, you know, our previous lower player was Kanger, and he's now shot up to 3rd place, so it's still a bit of anybody's game here. 65 gold for Lil Top, and I mean, okay, I follow your line a little bit, and I understand we have to play. I think this is the part that always gives me the worst, because this is just a waiting game for Lil Top right now. We'll find and crack a couple of those items, we'll adjust them around, but you're really counting, I think, on the scrappy interventions to do the work here, because this feels like you're such in a holding pattern, and that's like the most stressful part of TFT to me.
Yeah, and I think the way that things go, it can be very nerve-wracking to have scrappy inventions at low HP, because you never know what you are going to get out of these components. For each component that you slam, you are not necessarily guaranteed best in slot items, and so, like, one fight could go wrong at one life, and that could spell disaster for Lil Top if he is not able to stabilize hard enough at level 8.
Yeah, he's, unfortunately, that's his 4th loss in a row there, and now down to 48 HP. This is, like you said, this is tough, because it's a little bit of that inconsistency, and in a game at this level, let's talk about this level. This is where you have to have the most consistency, but at least we have the consistency of Wolves diving into our backline at 3-7.
For sure. And, you know, this Zac, having this Zac already, I think that is what you were holding on to as Lil Top. You mentioned that this place in the game makes you feel nervous. I absolutely feel that too. I think that if you listen to my voice in tournament, I think I am absolutely shaking at the prospect of not knowing what to do on this 4-2 roll down. But Lil Top has nerves of steel, and you are going to see that come through after they get that roll down in place.
Well, I see all those flags pop up, 7-8, and I see Joe Bookmark here sitting with 4 pentakill looking for the 5th. The Olaf did slam the gloves, and we did hit a couple of glove augments, it looks like. So, I mean, it seems like that's quite the play here. I mean, yeah, the items also read that we're kind of looking for the last piece, that 4-drop piece there. But sitting at the top of the board at 85, I mean, you have to be a little bit you'd be feeling pretty okay. Your board's full and you're going to hold on at 52 gold. So I think you've got life to burn. And I think that gives you a little bit of a breathe if you are Joe Bookmark. Hitting this last fight, though, the Olaf continues to swing. Some good items popped up on those gloves. So you're in a decent spot, and he'll unfortunately not quite make it through. The Jinx 3 continues to fire, and I see that beautiful triangle in the back line, that beautiful pair of triangles to give it a bonus. And Bookmark will take the L, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is tough, but you are going to be getting a lot of value next turn as we are back with Lil Top making this 4-2 roll down. I think Gifts from the Fallen looks really appealing, as does the Zed.
Ooh, yeah, you were talking about that might be one of the angles, and that looks like it's going to be. Finds the Caitlyn. Okay, the Caitlyn and the Ezreal, so there's at least a little bit of that now. We find the Zed. We've hit most of it. We hit a couple of EDM. We've hit the 8-bit 2 from the Caitlyn. I mean, this just feels like a good stuff board, and I don't even hate this. Yeah, we're going to find the Misfortune. We'll start flexing into the Jazz here as we're looking towards that big shot, you know, just a wide comp. I don't hate this, but I again, you know, you mentioned it. We're gonna build the Caitlyn. Yeah, so it looks like we're just playing a bunch of good stuff here. What's the best stuff we need out of this? Like, what's the good stuff we're missing?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good board, a solid board for one round. Lil Top wants to make sure he gets that Heartsteel cash out, but I think the highest cap you are going to see here is when you get to put a Senna and a Kiana on this board, pivoting away from that Heartsteel into the more powerful late game with Caitlyn and Zed.
Yeah, and I mean, the crowd divers are up and flying, and the front line did manage to hold there. So Caitlyn able to survive and do most of the work. Those training dummies just a minor distraction, but I mean, the pieces were there, and sometimes all it takes is good stuff. Lil Top will hold on, and Nilhill will unfortunately take the loss. So still sitting at the bottom at 34 HP. There's the cash out. Ooh. I mean,
the Lucian
that's not bad.
is going to be even better. I think that when you can get Jazz on this board, it can feel a little bit awkward, but 8-bit Caitlyn is the absolute best one to see if you are trying to play around Jazz. It really makes all of these synergies sing.
Yeah, I mean, what's left now? Just parrying the board, right? It's just kind of building up your pieces and getting everything together. The scrappy interventions will come through, and yeah, I think this roll almost. Oh, and you caught the Yone at the end too. Perfect. Yeah, it looks like Lil Top got almost everything they were looking for here, coming up against Sub-Zero in this 4-3 round. Looking for a little bit more. Those pieces on the Rogues, just the pieces on the front line just did hit through, and the front line for Sub-Zero will fall down. And yeah, there's nothing that can get in the way of that dangerous backline.
Yeah, and if you look at Sub-Zero Arc, I'm really glad that he was able to find two augments that fit well with his game plan. Having that Freaky Friday, having the heavy hitters, those are going to be really good for your punk units, right? But I don't think that you are getting all of the value that you need sitting still at level 6, not getting 2 component anvils. That could be a big deal.
That is going to be a big deal. 4-4, our last before we see our full items. Spatula immediately still gone from Sub-Zero. What's he building with that? What's he taking? I assume it's KDA, right?
I think Sub-Zero Arc was the punk player, so Sub-Zero Arc will be hoping to put together that punk emblem, get to 6 punk, and turn that game around, because it is not looking good at the bottom of the standings right now.
Yeah, and it is tough there, but jumping bin over with MK. You know, hey, you're still in a decent position. You're mid board, and we're still at the point where every single point matters. And it's just to find it, but looking for 6 Executioners does find it with the help of that Vex. But the itemization looks a little bit wonky. You are managing to pull out from binary airdrop, but I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned that this spot does look a little bit suspicious. You are so far away from having a Mumu 3. You really laid it all down for this Vex. And I think that could pose huge challenges in the future, as you don't have quite enough DPS from this Vex.
No, and unfortunately the Pantheon didn't quite get there either, so the Caitlyn across from you, and I believe that was Joe Bookmark across the way. If my memory serves me. No, I'm sorry, it was Lil Top. Yeah, like you said, that it is a little sus. Like, this is such a hard comp, and even after those nerfs, it really still is just in an awkward spot. Speaking of that, Sub-Zero down at the bottom, 28 HP. They got the emblem. I mean, they got Punk 6. It's we'd kind of alluded to this though. Punk 6 did take a bit of a hit here. So, I mean, do you think this is still with the emblem enough to make an impact on the Amumu?
I think it is a huge difference between Punk 4 and Punk 6. And, you know, this composition really does allow you to cap out so hard when you are able to put Punk 6 together. You can see that Sub-Zero Arc still has on his bench 7 Twitches, 6 Amumus, and really could cap out very, very hard if he's able to hit all of that.
Really just kind of hoping to hit those pieces, but across from them will be... Looks like the Heartsteel comp still hanging in there, and I mean, man, all of those pieces just continue to work. The backline Jazz eventually does fire. Ezreal still getting some value, and it's just those gloves. They're not enough, though, and the Jinx will be enough to win it through. So Sub-Zero's turning it around in the 11th hour.
Yeah, and it looks like Coach Mac has gone away from that Seraphine line, no longer contesting Kanger, who is just in the most ridiculous Seraphine reroll spot of all time.
That's nuts. I mean, 4-7 bots, this is kind of coming down to that moment. Worth jumping around. Kanger, like you said, an insane spot now on fire. But the bottom player of this lobby right now at 27 HP concerns me. That's Joe Bookmark, who has been just yo-yoing in these past 2 games, a 1st and 8th, and now sitting at the bottom. I am concerned for one of these beloved players here.
Oh, I feel for Joe because I think that he was put in a very difficult position on 4-2. You didn't have a lot of gold. We saw him barely pre-leveled, and now with so many... He had so many super fans, so many different so many different units holding on the bench, and now we've had to put together this KDA board that I just don't think matches up well enough against some of the more hard-hitting reroll compositions or AD flex boards.
No, I mean, I feel like most of the time I see these kinds of boards, it's a very vertical KD. I feel like most of the time when you're playing these boards, you want to go a little bit wider on a Spellweaver, but you can see it. Joe Bookmark's just kind of digging. He's kind of looking for the RE3, for anything to give a little bit of help here, but it will be Red Sword, one of our current tied for first up against them. The slam in just hits so many, and it does them through. The Ahri with the gloves, though, will do a lot of damage, and it looks like the front lines will fall. It's just up to these back line sorcerers to get the damage in. Okay, the Kai'Sa does manage to hit, though, so Joe Bookmark will hold on and climb up the ranks for now.
Yeah, Red Sword not putting together the strongest board on 5-1 that I've ever seen, but, you know, Joe Bookmark is a few steps away from being very strong. You've only got one Akali, not even an Akali pair, and I think that is going to make a big difference because she is really the duo carry that you need to get online in this position.
Jumping back in with Coach Mac here, who is, you know, we've been talking about some of these players that have been seeing. I see Sub-Zero on the bottom, did find the Twitches, but Coach Mac is in a tough spot. I mean, it's a wide board. It got the pieces. It found the Jazz it's looking for, but I'm just not sold. The 3 loss streak just tells me that he's had a rough fight going into this, especially versus our old friend Red Sword on the other side. And the early slam from the Viego is a huge opener, but it looks like the frontline pieces are just enough paired with those perfectly placed gloves, holding on to enough to fight off and protect the backline. Coach Mac hangs on to fight another day, and Red Sword, unfortunately, just looks like this is starting the ball rolling downhill.
Yeah, with this many Thieves Gloves activated, cashing out yet another Heartsteel cash out. Every single unit on this board is itemized, and Coach Mac has 4 Thieves Gloves activated, 5 Thieves Gloves activated. So I think that, you know, even if Coach Mac is at 14 HP, he is really trying to ride the lightning here all the way to level 9 and win out this game, which is a bold move, but one that I fully encourage because it certainly makes for some exciting TFT.
Yeah, we do have our first out at Sub-Zero falling in 8th, so unfortunately the Punks will go out early. But up against here, we will see Joe Bookmark versus Coach Mac, and those just gloves ready to throw hands. The front line falls immediately quickly from all of those perfectly aligned gloves. And like you said, he's riding the lightning, but he is managing to hold it out and ride it to the end. So Coach Mac is going to hang on, and sometimes it's one of those gambles on a prismatic that really comes through. I may have spoken a little... Okay, I was like, please don't tell me I spoke too soon. I was like, there's no world he loses that.
Yeah, it was a close fight at the very end, but Coach Mac just had the DPS waiting in the back, those Rage Blades scaling up. each unit on this board having a set of items is so very impactful. And what is Coach Mac going to find on this carousel? Ooh, a little bit of indecision costs you the Kiana.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That would have helped out. It's the 5-4. It's one of our first few. Worth noting, someone did pick up a Red Sword did grab a pentakill emblem as one of the other emblems floating around. And Kane, well, I guess it's, look, tank item of your choice here at this point. And everybody's back with their goodies. So Coach Mac, again, still fighting in to get to the top 4. And I mean, when you look at Coach Mac's record right now, he is sitting at 11. He's managed to make it towards the top 8, but this is just still, like, I don't feel comfortable if you're Coach Mac. That's not good enough. Hanging in at 6 or 7 doesn't feel good considering the boards you've got. Will manage to find the EDM here, and I do like this a little bit better. You're holding on to a couple of high-end pieces too. I think you're okay with these swaps. I think you should be able to survive as you push up to 9.
I agree, and you know, with a Yorick in the shop, I think that could open up a much more impactful direction for Coach Mac to round out this level 9 board. Zed is so hotly contested in this game, but the Yorick could offer you the opportunity to cap out, especially when you consider you have a Guardian Chosen Thresh, so you could be playing around those synergies impactfully here.
I think you've nailed it there, like you said. Or even if you, I mean, you may not even want to get rid of it. That Guardian Thresh, you know, heck, if you hang out long enough, you might even find the Guardian Yorick, but it is enough either way to hang on and fight. We did lose Red Sword, unfortunately, didn't quite have to do that, so the sword is sheathed for now. And Nihi, well, I mean, second place is not a bad place to be, but considering Kane Drew up at 73, still on fire, I mean, this is quite a mountain to climb, even with your 3 Jazz board.
Yeah, we can see how many players in this game have opted for this AD flex style. It has been incredibly popular as of late, and I think it really does lend itself to some fantastic tournament play. But when you are all up against the power of one reroller who has hit so far ahead of tempo, you can simply all get run over.
And I think that's kind of the case for Kane Drew. You know, there's a lot of firepower coming out of that Seraphine, and you're really counting on these backliners of yours to do it. But unfortunately, that's not enough. The front line crumbles, and Nihi is just at the mercy of the Seraphine. They will manage to maybe get back there. The Ezreal's the last one to stand, and there's a pretty big chunk. It leaves you at about 5 HP. So this is, I mean, 5 of our 6 last players here on the 5-7 Dragon, all below 10. This is anybody's game. The one thing we do know for certain is that Kane Drew will secure a top 4.
I am going to
top 2.
I am going to say that this lobby HP is one of the most outrageous things I have ever seen, and I feel like it has all been driven by just how fast Kane Drew was able to hit everything they needed. Each of these players has been scrambling for a way back into the game since then, and I don't think any of them was able to find it. I don't think that Kane Drew is going to feel a strong threat for this first place, but second place, man, that is going to be the most heated contestation in this game.
He's going to try and make that contest with the Ziggs too. Yeah, like you said, I think this is the scramble. I think there's maybe a round left here, so anything that happens has to be decided now. And jumping over with Lil Top, who is unfortunately, you know, look, you're at the bottom of 3. You're still in this. There's still a 4. Like, it doesn't matter who we go to. Every single person here is in the line for a top 4. We'll grab an item, but I don't know if it's enough. They did hit Crowd Diver 4, but I'm just not sold that this is going to be enough here. They will come up against Nihi, and this is going to be fighting because these are the 2 at 5 and 6. So this will depend who gets to stay in here. The people will the slams will come through, and I can see a whole lot of pixels there. But it looks like the frontline followers, the crowd divers, continue to go, but there's not enough damage through, and Nihi just unfortunately gets runs through, and Lil Top will take the L. That puts them down in 6. MK falls in 5th, and Joe Bookmark out in 4. So we do have our top 3. And like you said, I mean, Kane Drew is just a Goliath here. He can't lose.
Yeah, Kane Drew is split between rerolling for Nico, Echo, and Lulu and going straight to level 10. This is an outrageous position to find yourself in because it is all luxury. It is all benefit. And look, Kane Drew was even able to find Combat Caster at 4-2, really rounding out the durability of all of these spell weavers. This is so outrageous.
I feel like Kane Drew could just sit back and let his board play himself at this point, but there's still Coach Mac in the way, and Coach Mac is unfortunately the next victim to the steamroller, so we'll have to see how this plays out. Spellweavers are still up, and that Seraphine just continues to fire and continues to heal the Lulu. Now Itemized just keeping everybody's casting. The front line did fall. You did get the Sona cast, and that was enough of an HP, shielding boost, and it's just going to be enough. The Seraphine goes untouched. It's just the Lucian, and that is all she wrote. That's enough for Coach Mac to fall. Nihi did manage to survive, so they'll sneak in here at second, but I mean, I see 60 gold, and I think I see Kane Drew he like started the roll, pushed it to 50, he's gonna hold. I kind of just feel like you slam it. Maybe this is me being like greedy, but I think you slam the 10.
Hey, I mean, it might have been close on the board in the last fight against Coach Mac, but when you consider just how many units are getting itemized with the power of this binary, when you consider just how much gold there is left to spend in this game, you don't want to throw it. You don't want to go all the way before you have to. And I think that Kane Drew just wants to bring it home, and they will sit on their gold until they are forced to spend it.
I think that's the right call here. This could be our last fight going in as the sparks continue to fly. And the Echo still manages to hold on in the front lines. We'll see in the back, the violins are firing, and it looks like that might be enough. And I think you made the right call here. Kane Drew will take a loss after what feels like an eternity. And yeah, like you said, I guess this is why you're one of the top in the world, and I'm just some scrub and pleb on the 6-4 carousel, just staring at this and going, "What, Nani? How could that be?"
Yeah, that being said, though, Nihil has a mountain to climb. Kane Drew is set up so extraordinarily well to close out this game, and we are gonna get to level 10, right? 2 Rage Blades on the Sona. I think that is going to be the defining pick at the end of the game to get that Sona 2 online.
Yeah, and now it's just, again, searching for what we've got. And we're going to sell, look, we're selling the luxury, and we're going to see if we can get it. There's a Sona 2. This looks pretty good. 7 Spellweavers, the Sona 2 is active with 2 Rage Blades. I mean, that has to be the nail in the coffin here, right? This has to be it. Nihi hopefully did some scouting, knows what's up ahead, because I see a couple of those pieces going, but binary airdrops on both sides of the board as the sparks begin to fly. Tentacles pop up, and it looks like we will see the things flow through. The Sona does get the first cast, and that's enough shielding to get the front line into the back line. So with the rest of these pieces going, oh, that would a great binary airdrop. Yeah, closing it out for Kane Drew. Yeah, just a great, like a phenomenal game from them. Absolutely, like you said, just came out on top, never looked back.
Yeah, Kane Drew showing you why he is one of NA's finest, and also showing you that one of NA's finest has the ability to do a little high rolling, because that 3-2 roll down wasn't much of a roll down. It was absolutely crazy to get those 2 superfan, Nico and Echo, out of the Heartsteel orb, and then to find Seraphine chosen on the next roll. Yeah. As well as all the synergy with the augments between Salvage Bin and Binary Airdrop. That was just a runaway game.
I think the alarms behind you say it perfectly. You have to sound those alarms when someone gets that lucky and keeps going. So it's so hard to look at this game and say, could this have gone differently? It's so easy to look at this game and go, oh, well, they just hit the perfect roll down. Of course it went their way, but TFT is a game of skill and luck, as we all know. So I think it was a perfect example of the combination of both.
I think you are 100% right with that. We saw the fierce battle for second place there. There were a lot of really interesting ways that our players used their augments in conjunction with each other, trying to put together the right kind of board to win out the lobby. It just wasn't enough.
Sometimes you have to settle for what you can get, but we're going to go settle up these scores, take a quick break, and we'll come back in just a minute for game 4 of the night in just a few minutes. The beat has dropped, but you got to pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. We are back. I am Sovdan. I'm here with Invective, and it's time for game number 4. We've shaken out some numbers, and we've got 2 particular people sitting at the top with 20 points. And I got to say, we were talking about how close this is. Now we're starting to see, the herd thin out a little bit.
I agree. I think Stacy Girls and Hanako are really looking dominant in the lobby that we are about to watch, Lobby B2. And I think in the middle of the pack, you are really going to need to see strong performances from players like Pitsy, Relic, Shaco. These are the ones who need to make a stand right now in order to get to that final lobby and challenge for the title of ACL Season 10.
And it's been a long road to get here. And like you said, these middle of the pack players, it's going to come down to figuring out what you're doing. Because I think if the last game, like we looked at, was any indication, there's one lady on everybody's mind, and she is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Seraphine has been so powerful, like you said. I think that these reroll compositions, when they get online, do have a tendency to contest very well for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. But when you see someone hit as fast as Kendra was able to do in the game that we just watched, I think that you cannot contest it at all. So it will be a challenge to see whether our players are going to be able to adapt to the reroll lines that are so powerful, or if they can make 4-cost carries challenge for the title here.
And I think that's such a difficult thing, like you said, because these reroll comps, you'll know relatively quickly, right? If you hit it or if you don't, by the end of the 3-2, you usually kind of know either like I've hit it, I've gotten my 3 cost, I'm good to go. Whereas those 4 costs can really feel like you're almost playing with fire. You're kind of waiting for everything to fall into place or to hit right. And it feels like you're just watching your HP slowly tick away while the reroll comps kind of go. And I think that in particular can drive some of the mentally struggling players really in a different road.
I think that is a really great comparison to make. The reroll compositions tend to follow the same lines every game. You are looking for Superfan. You are looking for more or less the same kind of board. Whereas when you are playing particularly AD Flex, the 4-2 roll down can be extremely challenging. The web of traits and carry combinations that you can put together is an extremely difficult one to navigate. And the level of challenge that our players are going to put themselves through in order to play that line, I think that is what we can where we can really witness the skill of TFT.
And I think that's exactly the same skill that makes these champions, the champions they are. Pot of Gold, Convona, Anvils, and Wandering Trainers. I see a lot of faces on the Wandering Trainers, and look, if you ever I feel strongly on Wandering Trainers. If you ever need something to give you a direction, Wandering Trainers I think is the best thing, because there's nothing like just seeing a trainer give me a free bard on my board, and that's what it will be, according to Hanako.
Yeah, Hanako is also one of the coolest players in ACL, I think. 2nd place in the regular season, really starting to make a competitive name for herself in the North American regional circuit, as we are on board with Stacy Girls, yet another rising competitor.
What a trainer though. Hold on. Country, disco, and wow. What are you making with this board? I kind of like just taking the country but it doesn't play the sentinel. Like, what are you making with this trainer?
Yeah, I think you could manage more of a disco board than a country board, but oh my gosh, that is going to be very powerful for something like a Lulu reroll here.
Wow, yeah, a Lulu reroll would be insane on this. You already have your 1 hyper pop. The Jazz Emblem's a nice little flex too, if you even want to just pick up a bard for a little bit. And yeah, that's just a nuts. Like I said, you want a direction. Yeah, that screams Lulu to me. And even if not, I don't think the Jazz option is too bad. You can still kind of get some value. You can technically still pick up just value from Hyperpop alone. You don't even need to pair Hyperpop if you don't want to.
But you know what would be a heartbreaker here is to get a bunch of AD items. So Hanako really has a challenge in store to get online here if they are going to if they get dropped a different set of items than they want.
Speaking of that, Jazz tends to be the popular add-on here. A little bit of country, a little bit of that, and the Executioner is there. We'll take the Mosher bonus as well from the Vi. I mean, it's interesting to see how these are going to all shake out. The Executioner on Davidas's trainer is going to be interesting for the 2-1 Silver Augment here. Rolls 2 away. I like Component Buffet. That's just me. I like the flexibility it offers.
Yeah, I think Component Buffet is really going to allow Davidus to get into the country line if they so choose it. But 1-2-3 gives you a ton of tempo in this early game. You get a Nami out of this augment, and you get to level up to 4 and push the tempo on your way to the country board that I think you are going to angle here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the right angle. Your Executioner already pairs so well. I think this is the best line you could actually come into, so I'm fully on board with this. It's a shame you can't necessarily do much with the Jazz, but I think, hey, 2 out of 3 is not bad, and this Vi Mosher, you know, it does enough to start. I mean, are you going to play... Now, here's my question, because I have strong thoughts about this. Are you going to play towards the Executioner 6 then in that regard, or do you try to play for the full country?
Now, I think that Executioner 6 has in the past been the more valuable line between these two, but I think that as of late, Executioner has taken nerfs at the highest levels of the trait, and so I would lean more towards country if I was David Ace. But regardless, in order to continue their competitive hopes here, they're gonna need a first. So you need to see like the highest cap board possible.
Pitsy hit the super fan emblem. That's a great start. Hit the punk as well. So I mean, hey, look, if you're already gonna play the 3, you get the 4th one free. I mean, considering you do want all of those pieces. And I believe that's a crowd diver as well. That's so a couple of misses, but I mean, I think the super fan emblem alone is plenty enough, especially given that it's going to sit, you know, on the front line. Like you said, the flexibility this offers, I think the super fan 4 kind of makes me almost want to play a frontline super fan instead, like it's a frontline headliner.
Yeah, getting that extra health, getting that Omni Vamp can be so very valuable at this level of the trait. But what I also want to see out of Pitsy is where he can take this spot into, you know, using the Super Fan 5 for the Radiant item. And with the Titans Resolve Slammed, I wonder if Pitsy is going to be playing around some Moshers with Gnar.
I mean, we did see the Gnar carry earlier, so Pitsy will continue to roll this up. And for now, I mean, Gnar on a 5, that seems like a great option for it. And considering Pitsy is sitting at the middle of this top 8, you know, positioning with 14 points, like you said, first would be very, very big. And on the back of a Gnar with Superfan 5, I think could be a good opener with it.
Yeah, and the Spoils of War is only serving to accelerate the rate at which Pitsy is able to take this game, whether you are going to roll for the Gnar or whether you lean more into a pentakill line. I think that that could also be really strong with something like a Viego Chosen.
It could be. It would, you know, it's one of those things you wouldn't see till later, but I think you're right on that. We'll make a change here. We'll put, yeah, it's kind of debating. Yeah, I think the emo bonus is one of those ones. And I think emo in a general, at least to me, emo always felt kind of a little bit of an underwhelming, you know, trait up until these 4 recent patches. Now it seems like if you get 4 emo, you're almost unstoppable in a lot of ways.
Yeah, one thing I'd point out as well is that the training dummy adds one of the extra allies where on death the emo units gain a little bit more mana. So I think you are going to benefit even that much more from playing emo with this training dummy on the board.
And I think Pitsy would agree to that, considering they are looking to continue their win streak up to 3, just the trainer and the KO on the back to clean it up, but that's not going to be there for too long. So like you said, and I think Crowd Diver is Crowd Diver is an interesting one. You know, if you can get it active, you know, it is a bit of extra damage. So coming into our 2-4 carousel, I mean, I think we've got a pretty good view of everybody's stuff here, and it's interesting to see because, you know, it's still pretty tight here. 2 at 100, lowest is 88, Chaos at 88, and I think it's still pretty close. Everybody's still trying to figure out what exactly do I do with this trainer.
You know, Wandering Trainer is just one of the biggest cogs, or what is it? Wrench in the cogs that you could ever find in a tournament setting. it always presents a different problem for you to solve, and I think that our players are well on their way to solving them, as we see Stacy Girls with this disco opener being able to get a second Taric on the board. This is actually shaping up to be quite interesting.
That is, yeah. I mean, considering Disco had fallen off for a little bit, it's still alive, clearly, by Stacy Girls line. And I mean, a Taric 3 would be a good opener. And I think you had said, you know, you kind of want to take the Disco line as opposed to this. And it looks like they are hearing you, at least if nothing else. So Disco 4 with the 2 Dazzler in the back coming up against Chaos. They're sitting at the bottom. So 1v8 here, and it looks like, you know, they'll manage to avoid the trainer for the most part for now. And I mean, yeah, a Shockstick Morellos, that seems like a great pairing down the road for Twisted Fate even.
Oh, I think that this is going to be a very strong opener for Stacy Girls. The only thing that gives me a bit of pause is that we've taken the more scaling-oriented option in terms of our first augment with Vampirism. Vampirism at 100 HP is not going to be doing a lot to continue your streak, and when you go up against someone like Pitsy, whose tempo is accelerated by that Spoils of War, you might find yourself at a bad interval. As we head into 2-6, these are 2 win streakers. Are they going to match up? And will they have what it takes to win at the stage?
Stacy Girls is sitting atop our board right now, one of the 2 players with 20. So it is worth noting that, you know, Stacy Girls, you know, doesn't need a perfect performance here. As long as they clear top 4, they're more likely to go on to that top 8. So, you know, you have a little bit of breathing room, but you'd still love to close it out, make a statement, put yourself at the top at 28. Will come up against Relic, who, you know, hey, has had a little bit of a tough point getting through to here, but they also hit a pretty decent trainer as well. The frontline Tarics will continue to swing on, but I mean, it's hard not to look at this Nami and just say, man, that stun, the Morellos, that's a pretty good package to keep you moving.
I agree. That Heartsteel Wandering Trainer over on the other side is going to be so powerful to energize Relic's economic strength and item strength in this game. So I really wonder whether they are going to be able to put it together as the game goes on. Maybe find a Heartsteel Chosen that could really put them over the top.
It feels in a way for Wandering Trainers, it always feels, as we'll hit the 2-7 bots to come to this, it always feels like Wandering Trainers is really forcing you to play. It is, and it's almost not TFT. It feels like you've almost swapped to a different game, like a puzzle game, where it's like, how do I really maximize the value of this random bot on my board? How do I really find the value of it, as opposed to how do I find the value of what's in my shops and what am I coming into?
I agree. I think Chaos made a big gamble in this one by taking the Caretaker's ally. I think he was hoping to find something like the Kaisa or the Bard. When you have Jazz, Sentinel, and Big Shot as your 3 traits, that could be so extremely powerful to play around that Jazz reroll board. But unfortunately for Chaos, it doesn't look like he was able to find either of those 2 really impactful reroll options.
Oh, never mind.
We're going to switch over to the Kaisa Chosen.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. It puts you a Big Shot 4 for free. Yeah. Like you said, you wanted an impactful play, and I mean, if you can't find, I mean, it looks to me like they're going to try to play for the Misfortune reroll down the road, but I mean, for the time being, I think this is a pretty good consolation, I think.
It's gotta be. I just wonder what you are gonna find yourself doing with these 3 components as time goes on, because it's not best in slot for Misfortune, and you can't even make an even shroud because that would be redundant with the Last Whisper. Now this round looks kind of tough. David Ace has already leveled up to 6 with the extra tempo from 1-2-3 with that extra economy, and ooh, Kaisa is gonna get some aggro from Hecarim here.
I mean, hey, got into the backline. That's what you want, which freed up the backline of David S to clean it up. So it'll continue the loss streak for Chaos down to 7. And I mean, you're not quite in last at 65, but I mean, at some point you got to turn this around, and there's no better time like the 3-2 augment.
Yeah, and Vampirism is going to be the key to doing that. It is such a powerful augment, has been throughout this entire set. And I can't imagine him not taking it. He's going to level up to 6. I think he wants to see a little bit more power on this board, wants to right the ship, but he's going to stay at 50 gold.
I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? If you're trying to hold your economy as strong as you can, if you're going to try to push to a quick 7 or a quick 8, I guess that makes sense. You did hit Sentinel 4, so your front line is pretty beefy. I kind of agree with you. Like, I don't know if this is enough. I still feel like we have our bucket and we're pouring the water out, but it still feels like our ship, the hole wasn't plugged here in some ways.
I agree with you, Soav. When I see the way that these wandering trainers have played out, I have to wonder if Chaos is going to be able to manage when you go up against the Mega Infernal Giga Dread Steed coming out from David Ace, or when Stacy Girls hits you with the level 9, 6 Disco, 4 Sentinel, whatever they are able to put together at the end of this game. I don't know if Chaos is going to have all the juice that they need.
He slammed the adaptive. He slammed the adaptive mid. Like you said, I'm not really crazy on that, but I am a little bit more crazy on Relic's position, who did hit 5 Heartsteel, and they are pushing close to 80. It looks like their engine's a little bit out of gas. They chose Pump It Up. They chose the Crown. Double Crown on the set is a great start, but I don't know. I feel like I don't know, Invective. Something feels amiss about this board, and I think it's just the fact that we're playing for the losses, and I feel like we're just taking too many hits here.
Yeah, there are two things that jump out to me about this situation. Relic has the opportunity, if they are able to find a Heartsteel chosen, to get onto 7 Heartsteel at a very early stage of the game. They've got a Spatula waiting on the bench. But at the same time, at only 34 gold, you are going to be making the next interval, but you are not rich by any means. So you are going to need to make the most out of the chosen that you see, and out of the roll down that you were able to get, whether that be on 4-2 or even 4-5.
Yeah, these next roll downs are going to be important. You'll take another loss there, and thankfully that was your first. So 3-4 carousel when things are getting a little bit tied up. Stacy Girls still at the top on fire, 100%. Down at the bottom, Chaos at 51. This is a different lobby from our previous game. And Invective, like, I just feel like last game we were much tighter. This feels so much wider. This feels like these trainers really did decide, a lot of the ways how this last game is going to play out here.
Yeah, when you have a powerful early game wandering trainer, the streak that you were able to put on other players who don't have a way to activate all of their traits yet, that can be such a big difference, as Relic will cash out a 100 heist. That is going to be quite powerful when it comes to AD itemization. Getting a full Deathblade or a Gunblade can be so valuable in this situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of good uses for that, and still here at 3-5, there's still a little bit of, your next set of items around the corner, so you can still kind of play. We'll slam the Gunblade onto the Aphelios for now, and again, we were kind of asking, stem the bleeding, let's kind of make this work a little bit more, because you are trying to still get the value from this Heartsteel as best you can, but I'm not sure about that. Chaos across the board, so our bottom two just battling it out here. Did find holding on to that Kaisa Chosen, did have to itemize it, and I don't hate the itemization, but I do think that this front line is getting a lot more work done for the Kaisa to continue to sling through. Yeah, it looks like that front line is just beefy enough to allow the Kaisa to chip through.
Yeah, and this spot really hurts for Relic, who's only getting less than 40 hearts per turn. That is not going to be enough to turn around this game, as far as I can tell, because there's just not enough economic strength to put together the board that you need at the end of the day. And here we are with Pizza, who's gone for a completely different angle with both Crowd Diver and Edgelord buffs. You definitely want to be playing around this Yone.
Okay, yeah, I mess with this. This is a great board here. And you have to, check that out. There's 2 additional unit copiers on there. A single Yone gets you your Yone 3 with your Crowd Diver 4 buff. That's nuts. Like, it is a great comeuppance and a great read from Pizza to see, look, I just have all the pieces for a Yone. Yeah, let's just play some Crowd Divers. You just need these to go long here. You'll come up against David Ass, who's sitting up at the top at 80 in 3rd place. So, I mean, the rest of this board, though, looks a little bit shaky. It looks like you just kind of found these pieces, so you're really counting this Yone to get past, but he does seem to be stuck. He manages to swipe through, and that's enough. Yeah, this well-itemized Yone will get stunned out for a minute, but I think it's just enough in this situation, especially since the Dreadseed just got caught on that trainer.
Absolutely. Pizza is going to stabilize a little bit going into this neutrals round. I do think they need a bit more than just one Yone, but there's a high likelihood they'll be able to find the Yone 3 in the next few turns, and that could be a terror for the rest of the lobby as they get up to things like 5 Edgelord and 6 Crowd Diver.
Yeah. We'll have just enough to kind of push short of 7. Yeah, why not just send it to 7 for the 3-7 Wolves here. I mean, you're still fine with that. Like you said, you're hoping for that Yone. You'd like that. And I mean, you kind of need to double back and almost hit most of these other crowd divers, right? Like you can kind of, the fact that you didn't hit the fact that your Yone is your only 2 feels like you kind of almost made this decision very late.
No, I think that it just is a matter of whether those crowd divers are worth playing on your board earlier on in the game.
True.
And this Katarina and this Evelynn are going to do the job for a little while. My question is, when is Pizza going to pull the trigger? When are you confident enough in rolling all the way down? But Zed is going to come online for us. Yeah, I definitely think that is something Pizza wanted to see on this little bit of a roll down.
Yeah, I mean, you needed, like you said, you needed a little bit something, and that's just a strict upgrade. We'll drop the even shot onto Poppy, and now I'm feeling a little bit more confident. Now I'm with you. I'm a little more confident in this board, especially with the Zed there. Coming up against Haneko, who, again, sitting pretty well on top, has their super fan set, and there's that Lulu we were wondering, and that is a huge comeuppance for them, but it doesn't seem like the rest of the pieces for that board were quite there. The Lulu is casting, is burning out, and it looks like it'll be just enough to make Pizza, unfortunately, take the L. I mean, that Lulu was the one thing we were kind of keeping an eye on, and to see that come to fruition is a huge up for Haneko.
Yeah, she doesn't have a ton of Lulus on the bench, but I think Lulu is a much more stable tempo spot in terms of the reroll composition spectrum, right? Whereas with Yone, you want to get that online as soon as possible, otherwise you're basically just bleeding out. But when you hit, there's such a threshold difference. Lulu empowers the rest of the board around her, so that can be that much more valuable.
4-2, second augment on board was gold. I'm sorry, third augment on board hits the gold, jumping in with Davidas, second place. I mean, oh man, Stacy Girl still holding the reins at 100, Relic down at 31, and a myriad of players in the middle. He did hit 6 country, didn't quite find the last piece, and that last piece is a little bit out of reach for now. So gonna have to rely on the Mumu to kind of hold the front line in the meantime, and hope that the rest of your, well, you're looking for this Urgot to really kind of put him where. Double Giant Slayer tells me you're afraid of something, though.
Yeah, I want to draw attention to the augments and the health pool of David Ace.
Yeah.
David Ace took last stand on 3-2, and I don't think he's lost all that many rounds since. That is a crazy spot to be in, and by hitting 3 as a crowd as your third augment, this country board is going to be insanely durable once you hit the last stand.
Yeah, as I say, this is already a great comeuppance, and last stand got to hold out that work, but Shaco, unfortunately, will not hold out, take a little bit of a hit, and like you said, David Ace just in a great position. You know, that last piece of the country puzzle will probably come a little bit down the line, and now it's just building up here, but I see Stacy Girls hit the Twisted Fate too, and I think that's the scary thing, right? You're still sitting here, we're 4-3, and somebody's still at 100. That has to be something you're planning down the road for, and I think that's, like, looking at these augments, like you said, I think that's what the last stand is for, honestly.
Yep, David Ace knows that if he has any hope to continue in the competition, he needs to put together a first in this game. And that is going to be a tall task. Like you said, going up against Stacy Girls, who, you know, we've seen a ton of powerful disco play today. I wonder if Stacy Girls is going to cap out at level 9 or level 10, because that's the question at this point when you have that much of a lead against the rest of the lobby.
Well, he does have a lead here also against Pitsy, who's again fighting for his life, and David is, again, needs the first 8 HP. A first would give him 16 points, and that can keep you in the running, so would be so crucial to get even a second. Might keep you in here. We'll get the win over Pitsy. That makes 3. And yeah, when we're talking about fighting for your life, fighting in to make sure you go in, this is that moment here. So 4-4 carousel. I mean, I see a lot of different things on the board. I see another Twisted Fate out there, and it looks like I see the Ziggs. So somebody, I mean, that looks a great pair for the Lulu too.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of excellent options here. David is staring at this. Not a whole lot at the end of the day, though.
No, these later ones are always so dependent on how you're doing. So, you know,
Stacy Girls is gonna get into Lowy.
No way. You just gave that?
No, wait.
Ooh.
So I feel like whereas a lot of these reroll players are looking for certain specific items, Stacy Girls was just able to coast through, say, hey, there's a cloak on the Alawi. I don't mind about the cloak. There is the Alawi that the Disco comp so desperately needs at the end of the day.
Yeah. And I think that is a great comeuppance for them. There goes, bye-bye. Will manage to flip into 4 big shot, gives up the heart steal only on a 4 for now. But I mean, you found the Jazz, you found your big shots. It's a little bit of a tough spot for Relic at 20 HP, but it was a gamble you kind of have to take. Hanako is not who you want to see though across from you, as they are sitting in 3rd and just in a position to kind of run through you based on that Lulu. From the back line, the EDM does jump through, but it's not going to be enough. The Zac Flex comes through, but it's just not enough. That Lulu is so well itemized and powering the rest of the team. Yeah, they got the Ziggs. That's Hyper Pop 2 across from you, and that is a tough spot for Relic to be in.
Not Hyper Pop 2, Hyper Pop 3.
You're right.
Which is an insane break point. Each of these Hyper Pop units empowers each other, gives each other Hyper Pop 4.
Oh, sorry, 4.
Oh, my bad.
No, I'm sorry. Put some respect on the Hyper Pop 4, both of us, not even just me, man.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That is so incredibly powerful. Just in terms of the raw synergy between that and Spellweaver, casting so often is going to give you that much more AP, and you cannot deal with the CC of Lulu and the shred of Ziggs at the same time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Relic has been kind of upgrading the front lines, putting those pieces together. Look, it's 9 HP. Relic did take a couple of hard losses in the previous game, so fighting for their life here, took a first last game, and just needs to be playing in for this. So Relic going out an 8th almost just secures them to unfortunately fall out. Speaking of falling out, the front line is falling out for Relic. The slams from the EDMs come through, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Poppy 2, the Chosen, is hanging on there still at full HP, and it's buying just enough time for these backline units. But no, they get swiped from behind by the Blitzcrank, and it's not enough. Relic goes out an 8th, and unfortunately there goes their shot at playing in for the top 8.
Yeah, when we saw Relic's spot earlier in the game, the big concern was, does Relic have enough economy in order to hit the level 8 board? And even though Heartsteel seemed to have bridged the gap a little bit, I just don't think it was enough, because the last fight that we saw was a problem of DPS. Little Buddy's Vampirism over on the other side for Stacy Girls, a bunch of upgrades. You just don't have enough to take out the Twisted Fate before he eradicates your team.
Pizza coming in for the 4-7, just going to clean up those items. They did hit Crowd Diver 6, and I mean that is a large damage buff. You still didn't hit the Yone 3. You're looking for 2. There you go. You'll find them. You'll make it. You had to give up those eventually, and I mean now you've got your carry on board. They opted for Crowd Diver 6 over Edgelord 5. What do you make of that? Because I kind of, maybe I'm a bad player, maybe that's just me, but I like the Crowd Diver 6. Do you think the Edgelord 5 would have been more beneficial?
So I think that Pizza is leaning into the right things here. You have a lot of damage spread between this Yone and this Zed. I think wisely itemizing the Zed over the Kiana as well, because getting that duo carry online can be so very important. In the coming turns, I think Pizza is going to be able to get Pentakill and 5 Edgelord online by dropping the Echo and leveling to 8. So yeah. I think that we've done the steps in the right order, and once you get to level 8, that Martyr is going to have even more value.
I think you are right, and they will hang on there. I think you are 100% right in that, because that Zed could use one more item, but I mean the Z2 is enough. I mean the Guy Arena also ended up with 2 stolen items, so that's always a nice little bonus, unfortunately to the wrong person. So I mean, yeah, like you said, just kind of hitting those pieces. It looks like we're kind of ending up. I mean, we'll slam it. Yeah, they will slam it. Why not have both? You know, I asked if we could have one or the other. Why not have both, Invective? Let's just get them out there.
Yep, dropping Sentinel and True Damage doesn't hurt all that much when you just have so much damage on the board, so much acceleration. As we see Shaco put together the Pentakill board, I hate to say it, I don't think that this one's going to be enough. You didn't hit the 10 Pentakill mark with the Pentakill from Wandering Trainer. I don't think all of the synergies are quite going to work out here. And Hanako with 4 Hyper Pop has hit Lulu 3. I just don't see a world where that is going to be beatable for Shaco.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't matter how many Karthus beams you cast into that. I think there is just so much going off. I mean, the items from the Thieves' Gloves also didn't quite get it. So you're playing from behind here, and it's just the Lulu who stands alone. So maybe he spoke a little bit too soon. They're both caught up on their own.
Close.
Oh, no.
I didn't see the world, but
No.
Shaco's Karthus did.
Wow. I mean, you know, the Lulu 3 is not unbeatable, but I think the thing you hit with that is like the Hyperbot 4 is so good, but I think you need, like, am I wrong? I felt like there wasn't enough firepower to really like back up the Lulu in a lot of ways. I feel like the Lulu was like encouraging the casting, but like if you don't have those other carries to benefit, like I feel like it can just kind of go to waste.
Yeah, what I think I missed about the matchup was that because this pentakill board is so good at sniping out the weaker units, Ziggs fell really early on into the fight, and there's a lot of your AoE. There's your mana battery for Lulu, and that I think made a huge difference. So Shaco's pentakill board really matched up well into that. But is it going to be enough against this Yone?
Yeah, this Yone is still strong. He's still alive, but it looks like the Zed, that duo, oh my goodness, just absolutely puts in, yeah, it's going to be enough, and Shaco still hangs on at 5 HP, but like you said, that is a scary tag team from the Zed and the Yone. Wow.
Yeah, Karthus just struggling to deal enough damage to the frontliners who drain tank his ults away. And is it going to be the Infinity Edge for Akali? I think that's a good way to round out the itemization, but is it going to be enough? David Ace also dropped to 5 HP, finding the guard breaker for one of their carries as well.
Yeah, David Ace was one of those other players, did manage to fall. You know, you're looking to play in. We're at the last bit. David Ace, again, at 8, needs a very strong game here. And unfortunately, their candle is burning down. So, you know, with looking at the rest of the board, Stacy Girl's still on top at 71, but man, like Stacy Girls knows that this is just making a statement here. Everybody else is still playing for their lives. And speaking of, David Ace digging, looking for those last pieces, trying to find the Urgot and the Samira 3. And I'm just not seeing, I'm seeing all these pieces go by and it's slowly getting there, but the gold trickles through. There's the Urgot. You're kind of okay with that. You'll hit the Thresh too. That does give you 7, and that may be a lease on life.
Yeah, I think that this is just enough for David Ace to do this turn. David Ace still has the last stand in the bank, and if you get this Samira online, I can really see this doing very well. One thing I want to call out though, David Ace might be on the wrong side, because you really want your country carries to be working in tandem with the Infernal Dreadsteed here, as the Infernal Dreadsteed increases damage amp on the units that it targets with its ultimate.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just the Dreadsteed alone, and that means that Yone is free to just get in, and as the Disco Ball crashes down, that means David Ace will have a singular HP ticking up that augment.
Yeah, but we called out how powerful this board was going to be on Last Stand. I think that there is going to be a lot more juice left in the tank as long as we can hit the Samira. It might not be enough.
I mean, you have to give up everything. Are you willing to risk those Amumu's? You're 2 off of Amumu 3. You didn't hit them. I mean, oh man, this is such a tough spot for David Ace. David Ace.
And there are so many strong players in the pool as well. Can we get the swap off in time? I think so.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like
this could be close.
This is going to be a close one, and it looks like the Zed, the chosen Zed in the back, is going to get in there. I mean, this is enough. And coming up against Chaos, who was sitting towards the bottom now, holding up in the front. But the Dreadsteed is in, so the question mark is where does it go? And manages to catch into the front, and that is a huge buff for that Urgot 3 to get in there and cause some havoc. The Dreadsteed moves towards the back line, and Samira continues to fire. The front line falls, and it looks like David Ace finally gets a breath of relief as they'll hang on for now.
Yeah, and heading into this neutrals round, I think that you have the opportunity to come into a huge boon here. If you get a drop of one of the Samira or Amumu, that could completely turn around the game. You no longer need to hit them out of the shop if they just drop out of the orb.
Shaco going out in 7th also means that they're unfortunately on the line of it all. 15 means that they could clear, and it's just going to depend on a lot of this board. So a lot of these players now that are left either looking to clear or have cleared. And I mean, David Ace, again, you know, needs a first, needs a second, needs every single piece. Didn't quite find what they were looking for here. Found an Amumu, just buys it out and hopes for the best here. There's the Samira. That means they are live. They have a chance at this. I mean, you need one more Amumu. Could you find it? No. You'll have to settle for that for now, and whatever your item is to go with it.
Yeah, and I would really be happy to see David just round out that third Amumu item with something like the Protector's Vow or the Crown Guard. Getting those extra resistances online can be so valuable in this situation, as, like you said, this Samira being online means that they are live, means that they can contest against these strong boards. But over on the other side, I believe that this is Pitsy. That is a huge Akali right onto the Samira.
Yeah, and it's 2 men down also. Pitsy's sitting at level 9. David has had to give up leveling just to contest into that. And it's onto the Dreadseed and Urgot, just those 2 alone. I don't know that there's enough damage to live through it. The Poppy continues to swing, but the Dreadseed falls. And with that falls the country. The last Yi has been Hod, and David Ace will fall out in 6th.
That is a tragedy for David Ace, who I think really tried to play around the highest cap possible that they could, but it turns out that the highest cap possible was a 6th, which is not what we were expecting at all.
No, and unfortunately with 8 points going into this, that means that they are likely out of contention at 2. We're down to 5 here. I see 3 in single digits, and I still see Stacy Girls at 46, still atop the board as we're on board with Hanako. For Hyperpop. You know, we sung the praises of this board, but something here just isn't quite it. I think it's the Spell Weaver missing. I feel like we're missing 1, but we'll see how it stacks up against Chaos. Man down, 9 for Chaos, 8 for Hamiko. As the orbs continue to fly, that backline does look like it's getting the buff and it's getting the damage through, and the front line cannot hold up to all this splash in. Frontline falls, Crowd Divers will go through. The Lulu still stands, and that is going to be enough for the 4 of Hanako to knock out Chaos.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Chaos here, who is able to get all the way to level 9, playing around a unique mix of synergies with Ari and Zed. Pitsy is going to be out in 4th, and that is probably going to be enough, with Pitsy sitting at 14 points to get them over the line into the finals, our first seed of the regular season. Hopefully, they are able to make their stand in the final 2 rounds.
This is going to be quite a numbers game going into this last 3. Pizza, Hanako, and Stacy Girls. And Stacy Girls, it's hard not to talk about them, right? Like, they have just been a monster these last 2 games, sitting at the board, running the lobbies, and I mean, coming up against Pizza, this is going to be it. So we will knock out one of these 2 players likely here from this. Hamiko looking in, just trying to get that fire in. But Pizza, these powered up units from that augment continue to go. The Yone does manage to get through, and the Zed has moved past. It did get caught up on the Echo, but it did manage to find one. The Yone falls here, and it's just the Zed remaining. And Pizza trying to fight for their lives. All hopes onto the Zed. No, the Zed is not enough, and Pizza will fall out in 3rd.
Yeah, one thing I gotta call out about that Crowd Diver board, you don't have a Banshees, you don't have a way of resisting the CC that Lulu has to offer, and that is absolutely devastating because Lulu just completely turns down all of that Crowd Diver potential when they get turned into little sheep.
Yeah, I mean, that stun is so powerful. Heads up here on the 6-4. The last items were there, and Stacy Girls did just take a solo tier. I mean, this board is just nuts. Like, let's be real here. Disco 6, Dazzler 4, Hyperpop 2, plus the Alawi and Sentinel 4. I mean, this is a powerhouse board capped at level 10.
Yeah, I think we called out exactly the synergies that were going to be on this board. I think I'm really happy to see Stacy Girls get all the way to level 10 and round this board out. I think there's a lot of material here for Hanako to chew through.
Yeah, and a lot of it is going to be tough to chew through because of that Sentinel 4 buff, but you know, the slightly odd KDA pattern might help with that. Hanako just swinging in. It's 15 HP versus 31 here, so still maybe a round or 2 to go, depending on how this plays out. Front lines continue to swing, but I mean, just not enough. The frontline beef manages to hold out, and Hamiko, yeah, goes out in 2nd at -3. So Stacy Girls, again, just what a statement by Stacy Girls to come out here and just win. They won both of our sets. Like, I don't really know what to say about that. Like, I've been watching the previous games, and Stacy Girl has been playing well. but damn, like to back first place these 2 games, that is a statement going into top 8.
Yeah, and that is a huge lead to be extending over the rest of the field. These players have been battling it out in the middle of the pack, but with Stacy Girls extending that lead, I think that they are going to be a real force to be reckoned with at 28 points.
Yeah. I mean, I don't look. I count to 4 for a living, but I can tell you that those 2 first places and 28 points definitely puts them in the top, 1 or 2. So I think if you're Stacy Girls, like this was a flex game to me. This was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got this, so now I'm just gonna flex on them and show them what I'm really capable of. Let me show them what it looks like when I use my full power.
Yeah, and when you do get a bit of a roll, when you are able to get a few firsts under your belt, everything else just feels like butter. You aren't bound to the pressure of playing for the cutoff. You are unleashed to play for the potential of going first in the tournament.
And that's where it all is. But unfortunately, this is where our road ends. So, I mean, an incredible set of games as we start building towards top 8. And I mean, Invective, it's just a great set from all of these players. These top 16 players, I think, left it all out there on the second half.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention before we hand it off is that we do have our top 8. We have Stacy Girls, Kane Drew, Hanako, Coach Mac, Joe Bookmark, Lil Top, Pitsy, and Pizza. So, we saw the crowd diver performance from Pizza, just barely enough to get them into the finals here.
Look, if you made it, that's all you could ask for, because this is the point where it's literally all for the money. And I think that, look, this is an exciting top 8. Some of these names here are incredible players, and I think that these next 2 games are going to be phenomenal. So that's all from us. Hang tight. Will be a new set of faces with 2 new games coming on down the road. Hang tight. We'll be back with a little more TFT action in just a minute.
Welcome back, everyone, for our grand finals of ACL. This is it for all the marbles. I am Rain 101, joined today, as always, by Z-Boy Wonder, and we've had some absolutely incredible games so far, and I'm looking forward to 2 more from our top 8.
2 more. We got 2 more left, and then it's all she wrote. We're going to crown our ACL champion. That's right. You don't get a trophy sent to you by us or anything, but I hope if we see someone holding something up, maybe it's a stuffed animal, maybe it's their favorite unit, or, you know, some of us have slick Pokemon cards of our tacticians, so maybe they'll have something like that. I don't know. I know I got it, and I'd be holding it up if that's what I won.
Well, I know that they will get a slice of our prize pool as well, which I think is the biggest piece of what we have to offer and what our players are looking forward to the most. And to round out our top 8, just to run it down real quick, we have Stacy Girls, Kane Drew from the lab, Hanako, Coach Mac, Mario Kart Player 5, aka Joe Bookmark, Lil Top, Pitsy, and Pizza, all making it to this grand finals.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All I gotta say is they're all beasts. They're all beasts. All of these players, fantastic players. I actually have some very close relationships with multiple of these guys, as you know. I've played in some lobbies with them. I've gotten some raids in my day. But most importantly, this is Coach Mac guy, and he's actually won an ACL before, and I could see it happening again. Has a really good read on the meta, knows what they're doing, has been telling me this entire set how to get better. So if I got to put my money somewhere, then put it on Coach Mac tonight.
Yeah, and you know, I've had the privilege of playing in a few sort of smaller scale tournaments with Coach Mac, and you know, we were kind of like buddies together, and I know that he has just absolutely rock solid mental when it comes to this kind of environment, which is a huge part of it. You've played, 4 games already at the end of a very long season just to get to this point. And, the nerves, your read on the meta, knowing that you're making the right choices, even when they're challenging, can really start to wear you down, really start to make you make mistakes and things like that. And players who are playing on this level, at the top 8, they've reached it this far. Those little decisions matter. Those little mistakes matter. And Coach Mac, I know, coming into this tournament is such a strong tournament player. And maybe he's not, name recognition on the same level as some of the other players in this lobby. But in terms of game recognition, I think he absolutely is in the running to take this down.
Agreed. I mean, I know you hear me say that too many times, but
agreed.
That's where my brain's at right now. I'm just you took the words right out of my mouth, Rain. We do have something pretty interesting, a pretty interesting stat here. There were 16 players, right? We had 16 players enter today. 7 of them were from outside of North America, and only 1 of them made it. Only 1 made it to the finals. That's Coach Mac.
Which one is? Oh, is it
That's Coach Mac. That's Coach Mac. 7 of the 9 of NA players made finals. Is NA the best region? Well, we're going to have to lock in here as we jump into game number 5 and see if it is in fact going to stay true to being one of the top regions in TFT.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good odds if I were a betting man, but I'm not. You know, when I was in Vegas, I didn't spend a dime at the casino, so we'll just have to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, no, could it be that Coach Mac, you know, saves EMEA himself? Could that be the case? I'm not sure. I know that's what I said I was betting on, but more importantly, I mean, we got a lot of Titans for Coach Mac to have to take down here. Not one of these players doesn't deserve to take home this trophy, and we're off to a golden symphony. That means all of these augments are going to be gold tier. If you're watching at home, I know that sounds like it's not exciting, but the gold augments might be some of the most insanely overtuned augments in this entire set.
I completely agree. There's so many different gold augments that can actually be game warping in the right hands. And we know that all 8 of these players have the right hands. They know how to navigate the augments that they're going to be offered. They know how to play from the spot that they're in. One of the things I think is interesting is Stacy Girls has played quite a lot of Twisted Fate in this tournament so far today. I think it's been really interesting watching TF kind of come back into the meta, and several of the games we've played, top 1, top 2 has been that Twisted Fate line that has really on this patch early on been very unpopular. You saw a lot of streamers saying, oh, he's bad, he's unplayable, he's terrible. And as things have gone on, more and more people have looked at this line and said, okay, how do we make this work? How do I fit it in? And we're starting to see that.
Right. The thing that we see the most for those styles of lines usually is being uncontested. That's the name of the game, especially in the tournament realm. We're not obviously on the tournament realm, but that's where my brain is at. When we think about what we're doing in tournament play, our whole goal is to achieve the highest cap possible. That's how you guarantee yourselves first and not just playing for that top 4. But in fact, actually, this is insane.
This is insane.
What
talking about playing for the highest cap.
Yeah, we got heart still locked in. We have 2 sets here. We're gonna be sitting on 10 gold. We even have the overtuned Urgot going in, giving us Mosher. This is a broken opener for Little Top to the top. That's what's happening right here.
Yeah, this is bonker sauce. If you're following along at home and you're like, what's going to happen? Little Top is going to slam 4 out of the 5 Heartsteel that they really want, just handed to them on a silver platter. They were able to level up, play that Urgot, and, you know, Urgot got nerfed for being just too strong in stage 2. And you know what happened? Nothing. Urgot is still too strong in stage 2. And this is just a phenomenal start for Lil Top. Obviously, it's not going to be something that, like, you want to have win every single round getting this Heartsteel on the line, but you're killing units. You're going to be able to put in so much work and get so much value from your board and make 10. Insane.
Actually broken. This is going to be a race to the top for Little Top here. Does lose that first round, but realistically it's more of like a win. Up to 8 or 12 stacks already after killing most of the enemy's board. Doesn't take a whole lot of damage there, and is sitting pretty. I mean, we're 1 Heartsteel away here from being on 5 Heartsteel at 2-3. This is actually absurd. This is where you want to be at when you're looking to take down a tournament.
Yeah, and you're just praying for 3 loss here and, like, I don't know, a Yone with a spat or something insane on the carousel that you're going to get dibs on to be able to slot that in really early and give you some flexibility. Maybe even a Yone with a tier to give you that blue buff early that you're going to want for Ezreal later. A lot of different options, assuming you can sack hard enough to get to that spot to get what you want. But with this Urgot, with this Cassante in the front, you're guaranteed to kill 1, maybe even 2 units, which is really, really big. The name of the game with Heartsteel is preserving that HP.
Yep, you need to preserve, you need to play strongest board, because that's how you're going to get to these lines later on where you're getting to those Jazz Warriors. Looking at Zed Ezreal, that's what that basically means, is you have a Zed itemized, which has now been talked about as being the more premier unit to make sure that you itemize around early versus the Ezreal, because Ezreal actually needs to be 2-star to be relevant. Zed can be a 1-star unit for a little while, can sit there, can hang out, can be on the board and be doing massive massive damage, but easy spikes at that 2-star level.
Yeah, and Zed is the unit that's going to get you there, right? That's going to preserve that HP, kill those units, and allow you to not stress. You, in the past, if you didn't hit that Ezreal 2, you were in a really bad spot. And now this line, part of the reason I think it's become so stable still, or remains stable despite the nerfs, is people started to find out, oh, Zed is going to save me tons of HP and allow me to be patient and wait for Ezreal instead of rolling it all down and hoping. To transition now to Stacy Girls, speaking of overtuned units, has the headliner Kayle online, has the super fans in, is getting that Rage Blade, and is in a very strong spot.
Right. We did see that little top was on that Heartsteel, that high cap. How do you get there? How do you get the legendary units in? But what we see here from, I believe that's Stacy Girls board that we were on, right, with Kayle there. It's so important to get into these lines early. You find one of those chosen 2-cost units. You hold a couple of them on your bench, and all you need is some super fans to help you build out the front line, and you're just getting such good board position. You're getting so much out of your units that you're going to start to get ahead. Even in these later stages, your board just spikes and becomes too much for the rest of the lobby to handle.
Yeah, and this Kayle early on is such a hit, especially on level 4. I mean, the odds of hitting that are so low. So Stacy Girls, who has just been dominating today with 28 points coming into this grand final, is in a position to continue their dominance. Yeah, they're sitting at 89 HP. They lost a couple, but with this Kayle, I think we're really going to see things turn around. Also worth noting, didn't level here to push their advantage. Z-Boy, do you see this Kayle reroll coming into play?
Yeah, I really do. I think that you actually don't start looking for Kayle until you're level 7, which gives you better chances of finding those 5 pentakill units that you need. You need Viego, you need the Karthus, and you also actually need the Akali as well, because this pentakill comp is very front to back until you get to those Karthuses, you get to those Akalis, and even Viego being able to dive into the back line and actually cause some havoc. Without those units, if you're not on 3-star Kayle early, you're just losing out.
And now looking over at Coach Mac, who has 4 Rapid Fire online. I think Rapid Fire is another one of those traits that has really seen a resurgence in the meta when you're getting to that 4 and 6 level. I think having that Gambler's Blade as well with the gold generation, with the attack speed generation, puts Coach Mac in a really good spot to start to really outpace economically the rest of the lobby.
Not just economically here, but also slamming a lot of items that are adding to the tempo of Coach Mac's board, right? We see that there's an adaptive helm here, a static shiv, which just makes this Senna so treacherous, so scary, and then also being able to farm that extra free gold from the Gambler's Blade. That's one of the best augments at 2-1, by the way, in the entire set. Has been since the conception of set 10, and it's going to continue to stay that strong until this set retires.
Yeah, I think if you're in a spot where you see that on 2-1, you're probably clicking it regardless of what you were playing before, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can throw it onto Nami, you can throw it onto Aphelios, you could throw it onto anything really, and it's going to generate gold for you. It's going to push your econ. It's going to give you that extra oomph that you need to win streak, which we've seen here. Coach Mac sitting on 100 HP on the back of this rapid fire Aphelios, and the value of slamming these items, getting that Gambler's Blade, farming some gold, and you're really going to be looking to tax the lobby even further moving forward.
And also text in this Punk to try to find some extra 2 stars early. You know, we talk about this term tempo so often when we talk about TFT, but I feel like it's not really pushed on people enough to make them actually have an understanding. What we're seeing from Coach Mac's board right there is true tempo. We have units that have items that are slammed on them to take over this early game, and he rolled extra gold to be able to find 2 stars of each one of those solid 2 costs that he has. Here we are now with Kendrew setting up a potential reroll Kayle, or not Kayle, but Katarina, or even a Seraphine if they so choose.
Yeah, and worth noting here that Cluttered Mind is going to keep pushing them forward in levels. When I think you're looking around the lobby and you're seeing these high tempo plays, you yourself have to think, okay, how can I keep up? And an augment like this is going to allow you, even if you're, spending a little bit of extra money on the bench or whatever, to hold the units that you want and not lose pace with the lobby, right? You can hold those extra Seraphines, you can hold maybe some units that you know your opponents are going to be looking for, and still get value, even if you're not making the same interest intervals. Here, Kane Drew going to a 5-loss streak there, or 6-loss streak, if I'm not mistaken, as we come up on our second of 3 gold augments.
Wow. A lot of rerolling coming down right out the gate there. And it does look like we're taking Remember Your Roots, which is quite good, actually, if you're playing for Katarina or for the Seraphine. Seraphine does get sold, I believe, last fight. But here we are. We're moving in to these extra strong units, which are the KDA, the Crowd Divers, and picks up that Gnar, which can do some work, actually. This Gnar, like we talked about, I think the last time we were on the show together, Rain, that rework to make the Gnar stay alive a little bit longer, doesn't just launch themselves in to instantly die, feels so much better than it did before.
Yeah, and one of the things that I saw at the Soju Invitational today was Gnar reroll was played to pretty decent results. Not saying that that's what we're going to see here, but I think that a lot of these players have started to see the value in this headliner unit, getting that instant cast into the Mega Gnar form, being able to be a phenomenal item holder for Viego, phenomenal item holder for really kind of any melee carry that you might be looking at. Yeah, here, it's not winning the fight, but it is making it a very close loss. They have now this 6-loss streak, full value to their loss streak. So economically, XP wise, they are in a really good spot. HP wise, they're still in a really good spot. 70 HP on a 6 loss is pretty fantastic.
Little Top's boards really came together since we were last here.
Yeah.
We're seeing some 2-stars, some major 2-stars that you'll take into, stage 4, stage 5, with that being your set 2 already. You have an Aphelios 2, you can slot that around and do a lot of really, really strong things. Has not yet found that 5th Heartsteel yet, though, and is holding on to some solid units on the bench. People might be wondering, well, why would they want to hold on to this Amumu, onto this Vex? Well, it slows down these country players. It slows down these Twin Terror players. It really just does a lot. Those are some of the most premier units right now, even after the nerfs to Executioners, that you want to be taken away from the rest of your competition.
Yeah, anytime you can pull those units out of the pool and make other players see units that they don't want, even if it's just once or twice throughout the entire game, I mean, those are entire rounds that they're missing, right? Where they might be rolling and have reduced odds of finding that because you're holding it. If you're not griefing your econ, if you aren't missing your leveling intervals, it's a very smart play to just say, you know what, I know a lot of people are going to be looking for this. Even if you haven't scouted the lobby, it's going to be Vex, it's going to be Amumu, it's going to be Yone, it's going to be so many, like Zed for sure, right? And it doesn't hurt to hold on to them just to make your opponents sweat a little more.
A lot of strong units were actually on this carousel too. An Akali, a Caitlyn. So many of these forecasts that have had resurgence after the patch had came out, and this B patch even adding more to some of those cases. We're here too, with a possibility of going. I mean, this board's actually starting to really, really come together here for Little Top. Could have gone into a Riven board even there a little bit if they had chose to. Obviously, getting a lot of action and finding this Amumu too does give themselves some more frontline. This is a good spot to be for Little Top.
Yeah, and they got that Amumu too for free from the Heartsteel cash out, and you might be thinking, oh well, they just lost 1 gold, right? Like, if I sell this, it's going to be worth 1 less. That's an Amumu 2 on stage 3. That is, regardless of whether you have Guardian in, one of the best tanks in the game, and especially when you're looking at this Kale, right, with double Rage Blade. You're playing Heartsteel. You want to have that little bit of extra. Taking 1 unit losses here while you wait for that Yone to show up, or maybe now at level 7, 50 gold, finding an Ezreal, that puts you in such a good spot to start to really chase some big cash outs that are going to change the way that the game is played.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right on that one. We see here Pitsy picking up this Senna Chosen, one of the premier Chosens actually of this set. It's really started to show up again. You're starting to see it in the meta for reroll comps. I love this meta personally. I know a lot of people have been talking some trash down on it just due to the fact that it's 2-cost rerolls versus these mega capped out 4-cost carry comps looking at you easy and dead. Yep. But the 2-star or the 2-cost 3-star units being able to hold their own just really does add a lot of flavor, adds a lot of different lines, a lot of things that you can be doing. As you see, this Kayle is so good, so strong at being a 1v1er, but I don't know if she's going to be enough after getting stunned there.
Yeah, I think that stun made a huge difference and was able to secure that win for Pitsy. Maybe was looking for the 1 unit loss there, but you take them as you can get them. One of the things that you see on ladder a lot is people saying, raise the stakes, right? You have Heartsteel, raise the stakes. I don't think you're going to see that as often in these kinds of situations because these players know sort of how to play the matchmaking. These players know that they're trying to preserve HP and play strong enough boards, and it's a very fine line to walk. So, and that's a case for it. You might be looking to lose by a unit, and you wind up winning by 2. It's so inconsistent. It's such a challenge. And so, Pitsy, I think, knowing that is going to move now into a spot where they're saying, okay, let me move out of this Heartsteel. What can I do from here? I think it's also worth noting, you were talking about the 2-cost meta. Well, we've had Yone and Riven be viable rerolls, right? We've had Country this entire set be a viable reroll. And I don't think that we're in a bad spot right now. I think you have viable rerolls at 2 costs, even with Annie at 1 cost and at 3 cost, plus these capped out boards that are more traditional TFT, and they all sort of can contest each other. They can all play against each other in a way that in the past maybe hasn't been the case.
No, not in the slightest. I mean, I was getting distracted here by how good Little Top's board has really came out and shaped up. Really strong roll down on 4-1 there. Does hit the Kate Chosen. Has a strong frontline as well with the Amumu too, and even found a 2-star Misfortune. This game for Little Top was looking a little scary. I know we said, oh man, look how good this start could be. Did not find that 5 Heartsteel early enough, so kind of had to start to find a way to preserve some more HP moving forward, and they're doing exactly that with finding units like K2.
Yeah, speaking of good units and preserving HP, that Zac headliner there is kind of a must click. I think at this point, you've got 3 items on your Ezreal. Again, it's not, Ezreal 2, it's not as relevant. You're getting this Ziggs in. So, okay, you've got a Kate, you've got Ezreal. Where's your front line? Here it is in this Zac. Still feels like it's missing something, and that something is you have a set pair, you have a Ziggs pair, you have now an Ezreal pair if you want it. These pairs need to turn into upgrades soon for Hanako here.
Agreed. Hanako is in a very, very, very interesting spot. Does have 2 Hodges, Hands of Justice, to go along with that Idolism, so allowing their units to do 25% more damage that are holding it. And that is exactly what you just saw here. That Ezreal hits the entire board and absolutely wipes all of Coach Mac's units down to almost just 1 shot of HP each, allowing an easy cleanup for the Ziggs and the Caitlyn. It doesn't matter if they're only 1-star units when Ezreal is blasting your entire board.
And speaking of blasting entire boards, here is a Viego 2 with 3 items online. Maybe not exactly what Pizza was looking for, but I think in this spot, you just take it. Viego 2 is Viego 2, as one might say. You've got 5 Penta online, you've got the Edgelord, and I think this is another one of those cases of uncontested units. You look around and you see okay, there's a lot of people angling Zed. I am slamming items for Zed. Zed doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Viego shows up in my shop. Off we go.
Right. I mean, this is the sweet thing is when people talk about Ezreal warriors or Jazz warriors, they just mean melee frontline units. So it could be Viego, it could be Akali, it could even be Poppy, the queen with the hammer. But you do play with that Ezreal backline just because you get so much access with his 3rd ult when he shoots that giant arc and can hit so many units. It's better than Caitlyn. It's better than so many of the other premier units in the set right now just because it gives you so much access to different damage.
Yeah, and when you're playing, this sort of AD flex line, right? So much of it is about these multiple sources of damage. If you're playing Pentakill, you're looking at Akali and Karthus and Viego all chipping away, all contributing. So when you have Viego 2 is going to do huge damage, right? But it's not necessarily going to one-shot what it's hitting. That's how you have that Ezreal come in and cleaning up, or vice versa, Ezreal casting that big ult and Viego coming in to clean up and delete those units. And it's such an interesting way to play the game. And what a fantastic shot. If you're looking for that Ezreal upgrade and you really want to make him relevant, to complement your Viego, now you're looking at a real threat from Pizza's board.
Dude, this board is crazy. I know I just got stoked there. I might have had a little bit of delay. I saw the Ezreal come out as you were saying it, so I was like losing my mind for a second, but also finding that Yorick, allowing this board to just transcend to a little higher peak, a little bit more extra damage coming down now. And our cap out here is definitely a Karthus over this Kayle, but it does give us Edgelord, right, which does add to the damage and the extra abilities of this Viego, really showcasing how much work it can do.
Yeah, and you saw that Ezreal darting around, has the HP boost from being upgraded, allowing it to stay alive a little longer, slams the Giant Slayer at the beginning of the fight as well, saying, okay, like, my board is strong, I'm going to make it stronger, I'm going to slam that item, I'm in a great spot, and now I need to start hitting other people hard. And we saw the difference between Ezreal 1 and Ezreal 2 there. The only units he has upgraded are those main carries, and that was more than enough to defeat a board with a Kiana, with a Caitlyn headliner, with so many powerful things. And Pizza doesn't even have a headliner on their board.
I was just about to say that. I was like, notice the blinking 2-star down in the right-hand corner. No Chosen on this board. Still managing to destroy absolutely capped out boards. And here we are with another capped out board. Can Pizza do exactly what they did last time? I think they can. This fully itemized Ezreal and Viego is just too much for anything to handle.
Yeah, Joe Bookmark falling to the combined might of Viego and Ezreal here. And, it doesn't matter if they're almost dead, right? At this point, every win is a win. And that's all you're playing for, right? Is to take this board, transition that power into victories, and start to thin out this crowd. We can see the HP totals are very, very tight here, which we would expect from a lobby of this caliber, right? People are keeping it very close. Everyone is competitive. This is our Premier League. This is our top 8. Stacy Girls here did lean into that Kayle reroll and has her fully online as well. These boards are really starting to hit those caps you were talking about, and I'm so excited to see how hard they can push the limits of these comps.
And as you see here, does go straight to that level 8 and is going to start looking to roll for these 4 cost units that they need. They have this Kayle online, but they have all these items sitting on their bench. Stacy Girls really does need to figure out the line that adds that extra oomph that puts them through the finish line, because right now they're sitting in first place going into this lobby. They just need to keep this streak alive, keep on winning, and they will find themselves at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it is worth noting that our points from the previous do carry over, if I'm not mistaken. So there is, it's not just a hard reset, if I'm remembering correctly. And so this is the board you want to beat, right? If you are playing in this tournament right now, you have to have your eyes set on Stacy Girls. We only have 2 games left, and we're halfway, if not more than halfway, through one of them already.
And Hanako is also holding on. So many of these players, as you see outside of Coach Mac, are getting down to those very low levels of life. They're just sitting in the 40s or lower than that. We have, look at our bottom 3 here, Rain. Little Top, 21. Pitsy, 23. Kandrew, 20 HP. We're in stage 5. You know what that means.
Yeah, that means we're on potentially just one life, barely two for a lot of these players. And Kandrew coming in second place here at risk of going 8th. That would be absolutely devastating for them if that were to happen. But Stacy Girls here with this Kane Online fighting this, now starting to get capped out Zed board. We can see the Kiana. We can see that the Zed with the 3 items is out here being a menace, but she is able to absolutely delete. There is nothing that Pitsy's board can do to infiltrate that back line and get to this Kale. And now Pitsy sitting on 1 life. Kandrew took a loss sitting on 1 life. And Little Top, who we've been watching with great interest, dropping down to 10 HP as well. Things are starting to get tight, and I don't think everyone's going to find the stage 5 dragon.
Oh, this is actually heartbreaking. Kandrew and Pitsy both ending up on the crowd diver line. Pitsy, however, has found, I believe, all 6 of them, while Kandrew is sitting here looking for that Kiana, needing an answer to try to get it in, but they just don't have enough HP anymore. They've had to use so much of this gold to be on their bench to get them that extra XP to not be playing down and augment. Really, really good stunts here, though, out of the gate. Let's see what they can do, Rain. Can they figure out a way to stay alive in this fight?
Yeah, this Canarita is massive, and she does have sustain from that Hand of Justice. She is able to take down the Viego. She is going to walk up to this Kale and obliterate it, saving Kandrew 1 more round, saving a placement. Little Top dropping down to 1 HP. I think Little Top must have last stand, because there is no way they went from 9 HP to 1 HP in that fight, so that'll be interesting to look at as well. But Kandrew holding on for dear life, and it's worth noting they do have that cluttered mine, and they're still on level 7. That's how much resources they had to pour into just this board.
They had to probably roll quite a bit to be able to find that Katarina 3. That would be the only thing that I can guess on why they are in the position that they're in, with so little resources and honestly not a capped out board yet. Also, with Zed maybe being the most contested unit of the set at this point, it's really, really hard to find it if you don't find it early enough, because you got to start waiting for people to die. And if you're getting that low, who's going to be the one to die first? You are the players that hit it first.
Naturally, you are going to be the first one to go out, and unnaturally, I was wrong. Usually, I'm so right about things, but this is a natural 1 HP, barely hanging on, moving these 3 items on to this headliner 8-bit Caitlyn. We do have the Akali, we do have upgraded frontline, we do have upgraded backline. Now it's just going to come up to matchups. Now it's just going to come to positioning. Now it's a Ziggs 2 Sona 2 from Coach Mac.
This is an absolutely terrifying board if you're Little Top. You see such a strong front line and such a strong back line, but you did get a lot of access from this Caitlyn, and down goes most of the board, but the Ziggs has not fallen yet. Oh my god, that Sona damage was surreal.
That Sona damage was insane. Having her in the back corner with the items, allowing her the time to get that final ult off, that utterly deleted Little Top's board and deleted him fully from this game. Pitsy now rolling down for a Poppy 3. They have 7. They need 9. Are they going to be able to find it? They're not. Are they going to just sell board? I don't think it's going to be enough. And Pitsy just saying, you know what? I tried.
And it does look like Pitsy does come up a little short here. Not even gonna elect to put the items onto anything here, sitting on the bench. Not even gonna try to outlast Pizza by doing more damage. All right, finally those items do come in. A little bit of defeat there. Could be a little mental fatigue as well, but Pitsy has been playing amazing all day long, all night. You love to see it for Pitsy here. Unfortunately was not able to come together, but does end up going down behind Hanako, and Pizza stays alive. Look at this top 4. Pizza on non-HP. Coach Mac down to just 24 after being so far ahead of the rest of the competition. And it seems that Joe Bookmark might have been able to find a little extra spice over there as well.
And worth noting, Pitsy sold most of their board and still pulled out a 6th here, which is just, pretty incredible. You might think they could have, if they hadn't sold board, saved a fifth or maybe even stayed alive. We're never going to know. Pizza here with this Edgelord comp online, fighting for their life as well. They have the Yorick. The Yorick has items. They are sitting on that pair at level 9. There is a possibility that they hit it here, but it's feeling like a bit of a long shot from this spot.
Yeah, it is. It's just a really, really hard spot to get out of here. I mean, the matchups you see, Stacy girls, we know that that's going to be tough to get through. That front to back kind of style here is not really something that Pizza's board can handle. All that damage coming down out of the Kale, and you do see that the most terrifying, most treacherous 3-star tank in the current meta is alive and well for Stacy girls with that Mordekaiser 3.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Pizza does everything that they're supposed to do, right? You have these pairs, you've got to roll down for it and try to make a smaller, you know, dent in the boards that you're going to be facing. It just doesn't work out for them. A great fourth from that spot, honestly, looking at some of the boards that we're looking at here, looking at Joe B, who has this headliner True Damage Akali, who has this huge Blitz 2, who has the Caitlyn, has the Alawi Tentacles in there, maybe even thinking of slotting in this Lucian, playing around that Jazz that we've seen be so strong. Pizza, be proud of that fourth there. You're an esteemed company.
Yeah. Everybody that's made it this far, and anyone that made it to today in general, the top 16 are all fantastic players, all walking away with some prize money. So hats off to all of you that are even in this position to be able to say that. This ACL was absolutely stacked. And as we see here in this fight, this Kale board is just too cracked for anyone to take it down. There's a lot of 5-cost units sitting over on Joe B's board, but they're not even able to hold on. They're getting absolutely smacked up.
Yeah, it's going to take a kind of a miracle for Joe Bookmark to come back from this one with 2 gold and not a lot of options. We saw Stacy Girls utterly just defeat this board one time. I can't imagine the next time it's going to be any different with that Mord 3, with that Kale 3, with that Karthus 2, with that Akali 2. This is a hard road to hoe.
Yep, it's just not really what the doctor ordered. We got those little friends slotted in here, getting 3 of them in, allowing your board just to be a little bit spicier. I do like the Gragas hanging out. Was able to find some Jazz units to see if it will make a difference, but I just don't see how. I mean, we don't have any back access here to this Kale. We need to be able to kill it right away, and after that happens, I mean, oh my god, wait a second. Could it happen?
It's going to be close.
Happening.
It's going to be tight. She casts again. Stacy Girls goes down. Joe B manages to pull off the win and make it to the carousel. What an incredible fight. I think we were both in stunned silence just waiting for that to happen. Sometimes you're like, I've got to do this play-by-play, and sometimes you just let the results speak for themselves. Joe B still in this one, now picking up another item to allow maybe that Alawi to live a little bit longer, picking up a little bit of extra gold as well. That was one of the tightest fights you're ever going to see in TFT.
Ain't no way that Joe B's trying to slot in Disco here to add in some extra time. Maybe give a little bit more attack speed. Decides, nah, that's not what we need here. We just need to stick to this extra bit of shred that we get. And that shred's pretty good, actually. One thing I want to note is that that is magic damage, I believe, from the burn from the Sunfire, as well as the damage that Blitzcrank, there's the guy's name that I'm thinking of, does is also AP. So you want that shred that you're getting from this Ziggs, but you're not getting a whole lot from that Disco Ball anyways.
Right, and maybe you're thinking, okay, well, you know, it came down to 1 HP, so having that Disco online, healing up my Akali could be it. It doesn't look like here, maybe it would have made a difference. The Mordekaiser is just burning straight through, even with the Contagion, pumping out that extra damage. This Mordekaiser just has so much damage of his own getting pumped out, and that is another close win, and it is a nail-biter between these two. We've seen that it can come down to small differences in positioning, small differences in units. This Alawi 2 is huge, offering so much more tankiness and frontline that Joe B has desperately needed in these fights. Is it going to be enough against Stacy Girl's board? We know that they're also looking to improve. Who's going to cap higher? That's what it's going to boil down to. Who's going to hit this Ziggs 2? Who's going to hit this Lucian 2? Who's going to hit this Yorick 2 and really cap out their board?
One thing that we totally did not discuss, or I think not discuss, that people totally miss all the time, is that not only does Alawi hit 2-star, but so do her tentacles, getting some extra HP, getting a little more damage as well. But this Caitlyn is in a weird spot, doesn't get to cast as many of its ults directly at this Kayle with where they repositioned it, and that is all the Kayle needs, is to be able to stay alive long enough to get those stacks. Coming to the Rage Blade and showing how strong this 2 cost can be when it's at 3 stars.
Yeah, and it, with the Alawi and the placement of it and that splash damage, you have to think like maybe if Alawi was tucked in a different spot, we could respawn those tentacles and reset her targeting. You can see already moving around, already thinking, okay, where can I move this? Where can I place that? Because these small things where those tentacles are placed, when Alawi recasts and respawns them, are going to make huge, massive differences in these fights.
Yeah, no, it's going to be night and day. If they can keep the Alawi alive, wants to try to position it into a spot. But the whole thing that's really making these positionings so hard for Joe B is the fact that there's an Akali 2 on the other side from Stacy Girls. You gotta keep your Caitlyn safe. You can't just have her over in a corner. And Joe does such a good job at kind of hiding what they're going to be doing. They go back to these default positionings, and then boom, last second, change things around, making it hard on Stacy to try to predict where the carries are going to be at.
Yeah, and even with all of that, you have to think that this is Stacy's game to lose. We have position on the other side of the Viego. We saw that Viego ult coming in and hitting the Caitlyn last time. So cornering her, saying, okay, hit me with the Akali. I'm not going to take the damage from the Viego. But here comes the Karthus ult. She holds on for dear life. She's getting that idealism damage, topping her off a little bit. Her Akali is coming in, but it's not enough. Joe Bookmark is going to go down, and Stacy Girls with another top 1 to finish off game 5. Can Stacy Girls be stopped in this ACL Grand Finals?
Yo, Rain, is Stacy Girls just on something else? What kind of tea are they drinking over there? I need to borrow some. These games, these lines that they're playing today are elite. They're in a league of their own right now, and it just goes to show on the leaderboard, right? They're at 28 points. Add another 8 onto that, 36. Joe Bookmark is the next closest person, and they're up to 28. They just caught up, and boom, separation with 8 more points. Crazy, crazy goodness.
It's absolutely insane, and just goes to show like all of these players really, whether you recognize their names or not, are truly elite, right? And we've seen all day Stacy Girls playing a lot of different lines, and it is about recognizing your opener, playing the lines that are given to you, knowing how to capitalize on them. I think if you go back and VOD review Stacy Girls today, plethora of knowledge that you're going to be able to pull from this.
Yeah, no, could not agree more. I mean, there's a lot of work that other players need to do to start catching up to Stacy Girls here. I mean, it's really their bag to fumble at this point. As long as they stay consistent, stay in a top 5. I'm not a mathematician, but when I'm looking at what I'm looking at right now, those 8 points give them a lot. Mathematically, they're in a pretty good spot. That's all I got to say. But I do believe
I'm not a mathematician either. Yeah, but I know a 2-minute break when I see one.
We're going to talk too much about this because I'm still trying to put it all together. But what I will say is we'll see you in a couple minutes, and we got more crazy action coming your way. Welcome back. We did check with our mathematicians, and it does look like this last game is going to be who is taking second, third, fourth, because we know who was taken first. Rain, who is that is taken first for sure?
You already know if you've been watching, it is Stacy Girl's mathematically impossible performance, really, if you think about it. But certainly a mathematically impossible to reach outcome. They are locked in at top one, and everyone else is playing for second place.
And there's nothing wrong with that, you know? There's still a lot on the line here. Stacy Girls, hats off to you, all right? Great gameplay, great lines, just all around, way to come in and stake your claim. Show that you're not one to mess with. And I'm just going to say it now because it doesn't matter. There's no preemptiveness to this. Congratulations on being the Set 10 ACL champion.
Absolutely stellar performance today. I think someone will have to confirm this in production, but I think this might be the earliest we've ever been able to crown a champion. Oftentimes these come down to the last game, the last placements, but Stacy Girl said, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, come in here and win it in 5 games, locking it in before taking a victory lap. They can play punk reroll and it will not make a difference. They could play, they could pull up Ultimate Bravery and it would not make a difference in their performance today. Absolutely hats off to them. What a phenomenal showing.
You made me almost take a victory lap over here, Lane. A victory lap over here, Rain. Jeez, I
got
cannot
you tongue-tied.
talk. Yeah, you did.
We're
I said
by this performance.
My dyslexia just showed up like at its perfect format there. It was like, let's mix this letter, and yep, and you're there.
Why not?
And this happened. Where's the map to my conversation skills? Gone. Agreed. But more importantly, second place still gets quite a nice lump sum of money. You get $135 if you take second, and you still get $95 if you're playing for third. This is going to be a banger final lobby. Banger.
And it's worth looking at. We have second place, Kane Drew, 28 points. Third place, Hanako, 28 points. Fourth place, Coach Mac, 28 points. Fifth place, Joe Bookmark, 28 points. So tied for second are 4 players right now. So still tons to play for in this final game, in this final lobby. And Pitsy, Pizza, Lil Top, still certainly in the running to save some placements, get a little bit of extra money, maybe even pull down a top 2 or top 3 position in this final game.
My question is, will Stacy Girl be a dream crusher? Will Stacy Girls get in the way and say, you know what? I'm taking another first. I'm going to just really show how good I know this set, how good I know this tournament, and how good I know this patch. Because we are here on the Artifact Anvil, which, you know, I like to personally pop. That's right, that little anvil there on the bench. You throw that into your shop down there, and it gives you a really, really strong item from Orin's Artifacts. And my favorite time to do it is at 1-3, so that way I know where I'm trying to go.
Yeah, and it gives you so much direction potentially. There are a lot of really good options that you could play around. Here we see, maybe I called it, but I don't think Stacy Girls is going to take the bait on this Punk Jinx. That's for me and Diamond Low. But I think if you're Stacy Girls, if you have locked it in, if you're a competitor and you're in this spot, the worst thing I think you could do would be to phone it in, right? I think you have to continue playing at your highest level. You have to keep playing, not just for your own sake, but for the competitive integrity of the game, of your competitors. If they beat you, you want them to know, and you want to know that you are playing at your highest level. And if you do lock in that top 1 in this final lobby, it is such a statement about your skill, your talent, your capability.
I think that's like the dish soap flex, right? Like I'm number 1 every set. It's similar to that in my mind, just staking your claim, showing I'm number 1. No one is touching me. No one can even think about being in the same league as me. This was my tournament. Not only did I play it correctly, not only did I have lines that nobody else was on, but, you know, maybe I high rolled a little bit and knew exactly what to do from those positions.
Yeah, and unlike that previous example, Stacy Girls here confirmed to have won a tournament. So a pretty big flex already on their account. There will be no Ladder Warrior accusations for Stacy Girls. They got one on the map here. And you know, this league is so unique in the TFT space because it is a league. We're talking about week after week. We have 4 weeks of 6 games plus another week of the playoffs, which Stacy Girls, I'm not sure if they got to buy into this finals or not, but we're talking about playing a bunch of different patches. We're playing, knowing all the different lines. We know all the different lines. We know all the different patches. We're consistently performing across the entire set. This is not just, oh, this was my patch. This is not, oh, this is my tournament. This is throughout the entire set. I've performed at this incredibly high level. Yeah. Speaking of hi, we were back there for a second.
Yeah, I enjoyed waving to everybody. It was casters. Well, any hooser. More importantly, what you were saying about Stacy Girls not having to worry about being on the dish soap radar of being like, yo, I can't bring home the tournaments always. They already did. They already brought this one home. And you want to know what my favorite thing is? We're seeing some switching gears happening here. How would you like to be in a position to where you have to win and lose? How does that make you feel, Rain?
Every time I've taken switching gears, I have full won or full loss streaked. Every time I skip over it, I go win, loss. So this is an augment that I've learned to just say, you know what, leave it for the challenger players who are way better at judging board strength, way better at, picking the right units and doing. This is a Kane Drew sort of situation, not a Rain Drew sort of situation. Yeah. Hard pass for me.
Yeah. Fair enough. I get that. Kane does have this diamond hands, allowing this Yasuo to maybe get some extra stacks, a little bit of extra damage here, and might even just bring home the win on this. But no, the Lilia sits him down, gets just enough damage there, gets just enough mana out of that adaptive helm, and it brings home the win for Little Top.
Yeah, and Kendra really wanted that win with switching gears, and unfortunately it just didn't happen. Diamond Hands, every single set that you've been able to put this unit or this item onto Yasuo has been a great item for this Yasuo. However, every single set that has had Zhonya's has been a great set to have Zhonya's, and it shows there, right? Yeah, the Yasuo got a little bit of invulnerability, you get that gold, but that Zhonya's kicked in at just the right time and was the difference maker in that fight, being able to drop that aggro for just a second, to eke out a little more damage for just a second, to get that heal off and get that final blow. These little seconds, literally seconds, matter in teamfight tactics.
Yeah, those are two of the best items to ever be made in the game. One pushes a 4.7 while the other one pushes, or 4.17 while the other one pushes a 4.22. As you saw, the one that pushes a 4.17 average placement is the one that came out on top. That's just how the math adds up, man. I'm not the one that's here doing the math, right? But I'm looking at the stats and it makes sense. It adds up.
It makes sense, yeah. Kane Drew actually pulling a Rain Drew, taking switching gears and going full loss streak from here. Not what you want to do, but still certainly in a position to turn this around. They've got a decent board, right? These fights have come down to small things, one unit, 2 units that are very close to dead. So Kane Drew just needs to spike their board a little bit harder after this carousel and get things back on track. The last thing you want to do is full streak on switching gears. That's the whole reason you take the augment.
Oh, this is an interesting board here from Joe B. Does now elect to not move into the 4 Sentinel, sell some units, get closer to that 20 gold, and might be on track to either go with a Seraphine or a Lulu reroll spot here. We'll have to see exactly what units they get, but that's what I'm predicting as what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, and that Trickster's Glass can be so impactful as well. All of these Ornn artifacts have the ability to shape and reshape the lobby. If you are re-rolling something and are able to get 2 of a 3-star carry online, that can be absolutely massive. Obviously, time will tell which direction Joe Bookmark decides to go with it, but worth noting, has this Evelyn, which I think is very strong for half of this stage, but with these utility units in tow, with this hologram Trickster's Glass, able to get a little bit more value from it, get a few more units killed, but it's just not quite going to be enough against the Diamond's Hands, against the Stone Plate, against the Nami 2, and Joe B taking the loss, Pitsy picking up the dub.
Yeah, Joe B really did not want to lose that one, did elect to level there to try to push and make sure they won, starting to build on that win streak. But here they are, no switching gears in sight, and is still struggling to find their way to 20 gold going into Krugs. As we switch on to Coach Mac here, who is our only streaker of 100 HP currently, has a pretty strong board.
Yeah, you have to think that this is going to be one that's going to take them all the way through to Krugs on the streak. They've got the upgraded Olaf with that diamond hands. They've got 2 out of 3 great TF items showing you some pretty clear direction. However, on the other side, here is this gold collector Aphelios. Here is this even shroud on the Olaf. The Olaf battle is going to go to Coach Mac's side. Don't think Pizza has quite enough to pull it off. Should cruise to a victory here. Pizza taking the loss in resounding fashion, and again going to show the value of that diamond hands. Yeah, we saw it lose to Zonia's, and that's about it.
You know what I hate to see when I've invested stock options into Gold Collector? Diamond Hands on the other side, holding up a freaking Olaf, man. That is just terrifying. Pizza's like, yo, I'm looking so sick. I'm going to destroy some boards. I'm going to execute. Oh, wait, it can't be executed. Sag. And that's just all she wrote. That just made it go down, making things so hard here. But we do see that we are finding these exact units we need. Does elect to pick up a set here. Kind of interesting for me. Will Coach Mac choose to just sell this Olaf too that's providing so much utility? Or, are they going to make sure they make 30? If my money was on it, I'd have to say that this set's probably going back into the shop.
Yeah, that would be my guess. I mean, you have pretty good odds of making 3 gold here, as we can see 6 gold come out straight away. Does pick up this Kale, has, actually quite a lot of gold coming out, but does elect to sell the set, says, I'm playing maybe Pentakill, I'm playing maybe Disco, these AP items are so flexible early on. Obviously, you have a little bit of direction, AP, but one of the magical things I think about this set that doesn't get talked about tons is how item flexible it truly is. We've seen sets where you have to build Rageblade if you're playing AD. You have to build Archangels or Deathcap if you're playing AP. And in set 10, you can build pretty much whatever you want and flex it between so many different boards along the way. The skill expression is just insane.
No, it really is. As someone that's played way too many games of the set myself and still finding ways to find new crafty lines, to find new item slams that make me feel as if it's a brand new game after we've had the set now for 4 months. It feels crazy to think about, but I still feel like I'm on month 1 some days.
Yeah, it's really wild. And not only that that's the case, but also that Coach Mac just lost despite leveling to 6 to Hanako's 4 true damage board by a unit. Oof, that one is going to sting Coach Mac a little bit. You're really counting on leveling and winning there, dropping down to 30 gold for it as we come up on this gold augment. And Twin Terror has been one that has been very strong all throughout the set. Not really in a great position for it, but doesn't necessarily have to be. They do decide to go a different direction here, a generic augment, Martyr, I believe, just to give a little bit of extra oomph to their board, to their units, without committing too hard in any direction.
And Hanako is doing exactly what I was talking about last game, where it's kind of this new style of the meta. I don't remember exactly what region's player has been doing it the most. It's either China or SEA, but most importantly, the whole idea behind it is you get to 6 here, right? You find a headliner. So we have this Seraphine, and we play 4 super fans, as we see also on the board here, but you hold some of these 2-cost units, potentially flexing between them if you're not able to find easy 3-star access, as you see here against Pitsy, who also has a headliner Senna. That could make things kind of difficult for Hanako to find that 3-star Senna. So that's just really the name of this game. You get to flex between a bunch of different 2-cost units to try to get to a 3-star. You play kind of a low cap frontline, but most importantly, you win through this entire stage 3 if you do find your 3-star 2-cost early.
Yeah, and we can see here picking up another Senna, but like you said, holding those Seraphines, right? You can play these items on Senna. You also want to play these items on Seraphine. You also wouldn't mind playing Ari from this spot. You also could consider playing Akali Karthus from this spot. And it really just comes down to being comfortable with the lines and playing what the game actually gives you. It's so easy in previous sets to just make a decision at 2-1 and force it from that spot. Now you do not have to. You can really play around the game, and the difference between me and my elo and these guys is being able to see options that maybe other players would not see.
Joe B here finding a way. Oh wait, it's Little Top that they're fighting. I saw Joe B over there hanging out on the corner, and I was like, oh, clearly this is Joe B's board that Hanako's up against. No, it was Little Top. They were scouting. They weren't here. But going back to the old school Jax board here, getting that EDM slotted in, 1 tier away from having a fully itemized Jax. And when you got Jax with the Zonia, it is a terrifying thing for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and Jax, another one of those 2-cost rerolls that was really popular early on in the set and is now making a resurgence. I played a game literally just last night where it went second to my fully capped Samira board without them even hitting Jax 3 because they were contested. That's how powerful this line can be in the right spot, in the right situation. So it'll be very interesting to see. I presume uncontested with other people re-rolling 2-costs. That is a great spot for Little Top to be in.
Oh, my question here is Stacy Girls potentially going for that rumored mythic Garen? When you can get a Garen reroll position, it's kind of broken. We saw it in tournament play just a week ago.
Well, also worth noting that they have 7 Kaisas.
That's a lot of Kaisas.
That is a lot of Kaisas. I earlier was watching Frodan, and I believe CLE brought up Kaisa reroll, and they said that doesn't exist. That's not real. I distinctly remember Bryce saying so. Stacy Girl saying it is real. It is spectacular, and it's going to be on my board next round.
And has the frequent flyer, so it does have these reroll costs down to just 1 gold for the shop very, very soon. I wonder how many stacks we are away from making that a thing.
And that is going to make it so much easier for them to hit these big upgrades. You know, hit this Garen, we've hit this Kaisa, and still have plenty of gold left to roll to find Garen 3, to find, you know, the KDA units, the low-cost KDA units you're maybe looking for. Here we're able to roll and hit that Garen 2, which is a pretty big spike, and maybe chasing Corki 3 as well. Really going for the kind of for fun flex option in this final game. It's going to be great to see if they can pull it off and pull off a top 4 with this. Blending a little bit of try hard and memery here for this victory lap.
Well, also, they're playing for the switching gears as perfect as you almost possibly can, electing to not frontline this Garen to maybe give themselves a lost last round, right? But here in this round, they have now found themselves back onto that win, getting that extra gold. What a cool augment, man. I really enjoy switching gears.
Yeah, and with that perfect play, really, with that gold generation, and now with the 1-cost rerolls online, we can see they're going to have so much gold. They're chilling here at level 6. They have a lot of options, right? We're sitting on 6 Corkis. We're sitting on 3 Garens. Okay, I can hit those. We know that there's Kale reroll. We know there's Jax reroll. We know that there's Senna reroll. Maybe there's Seraphine reroll. A lot of these 1, 2, and 3 cost units are going to be coming out of the pool, only making it easier for Stacy Girls and everyone else to hit what they're looking for.
Right, going with the unorthodox approach to be able to find these units a little bit easier, a little bit earlier. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And Pizza does have a last stand that's waiting to be activated. Also, with Heartsteel in, has some of the best premier items you can have on your Ezreal early on, getting that executability from the gold collector, getting that extra damage from killing units from the blue buff, and just that raw AD power from the Deathblade.
Yeah, and you can see here electing not to level. They're on 75 gold. They're about to get a Heartsteel cash out for presumably 60 or so, 40 to 60 value, maybe a little more cash, a few more components. They are going to Giga Spike. And if you're Coach Mac, you have to be grateful you're fighting them now and not in a turn when this final augment comes out, because this board, if Mortog is generous, is about to have its way with this lobby.
I think that Coach Mac actually might come out on top in this fight here, though. That Kale is actually getting so strong with these Archangel stacks, and boom, you see that. I think Pizza's also looking to lose some of these fights here, Rain, to get down to that last stand just early enough so that these other boards, as you were talking about, Giga Caps are going to be coming in, not just for Pizza here, but for anybody else that was on Heartsteel early, for anybody else that's high rolling. You don't want to be in a bad position when you do get to that last stand, or it doesn't matter. You go up against a board stronger than yours, and you die anyways.
Yeah, and we can see here rolling past, Aphelios once. They hit a Jhin and slot that in. Jhin sort of falling out of favor, I believe, in the current meta, but Caitlyn too, definitely not falling out of favor. And this board, like we said, now you've got the Caitlyn online. You've got, some, frontline units, right, that are pretty strong. That set 2 is huge. You've got frontline. You've got backline. You've got the Shred. You've got Gold Collector, Deathblade. You've got Jeweled Lotus replacing the IE. And this Ezreal, we've said all day, Ezreal 1, not that relevant. This one might be the exception.
No, this Ezreal 1's looking juicy. Like I said, those items are literally some of the best items you could possibly. And look at that, absolutely erasing the board. Pizza said, yo, Pitsy, what up? I'm the true P name in this lobby. It's me, Pizza, staking my claim.
You have to fear what that Ezreal is going to look like when it hits level 2. I think they farmed 4 gold just off that one cast. Absolutely spectacular. As we move back over to Little Top, who is playing another famed line, has the Jax online, also has the Lux online, has 5 EDM online. This is a board that we haven't seen in a long time, but has insane cap value.
Yeah, we talk about, capping out, getting to those giant cash outs. Well, Lil Top got a giant cash out in the form of Infernal Contract. Went and rolled some gold. Still has 41 left, mind you, and is looking pretty. Has 2 different 3-star units. One of them is the best items it can possibly have, and that's Jax. Watch this guy go. He's going to spin like a top just for Little Top and bring home a W in this fight.
Yeah, and that Lux damage not to be scoffed at either. The big question really is going to be, with Infernal Contract, how can they actually reach a max cap? We know with Infernal Contract that they are not going to be able, without a force of nature, without a Tactician's Crown, to be able to put more units on this board. They're going to be re-rolling, trying to hit that Z2 at 7 and hit these higher capped units at 7. And so now you're like, man, I kind of wish I hadn't hit so early, because what am I going to spend all this gold on?
With all that gold, though, they did have a golden ticket, which means they got some extra rerolls coming their way. As they roll down that gold, they're going to be able to maybe finagle their way to some of these 2-star 4 costs, but it is going to be a little bit harder. The odds on 4 costs on level 7 aren't so great this set. You're looking at an 18% chance, and that's not your favorite, but it doesn't matter. Little Top says, yo, I got this. Don't mind me. Just watch.
Just grab one off the carousel.
Yeah,
it's
just watch.
fine.
I'm here.
There will be a Zed on the carousel that no one wants. That'll give me Z2 on stage 4. It's fine. And it's beyond fine. Z2 here is a massive spike. And like you said, the odds aren't great, but with these golden ticket rolls, we can see he's holding sets on the bench. Chances are pretty good they're going to be able to find at least, one more Zach out there, as maybe some other players start to get taxed by this board and start to fall into lower HP. We might see some of those units become a little more available at the time that it really needs them, when they have infinite gold to roll and can really, really, really take that advantage that they have to its maximum. We can see here a fight that looked doomed. Zhonya's Hourglass. Do not sleep on this item. It can save your game.
As you saw there, Pizza getting closer and closer to this last stand effect. He's playing down and augment essentially until they get down to 1 life. Has 96 stacks here on this cash out coming up. Surely should hit 100. I mean, even if they win, that means they killed 8 units, 6 units, 7 units. They're definitely getting there. But not to miss, Joe B just hit a 3-star Lulu, and we know how Joe B likes to be looking at that unit. Knows exactly how to position it for fights. This is going to be a treacherous lobby as we get down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, and I was in Appy's stream when he was deep diving into the disco line, and really a consequence of that was seeing just how valuable this Lulu 3 unit can be. Time will tell if it's valuable enough for Joe B, who is fighting, as we know, for that top position. Pizza here really getting lucky, down to 2 HP, a whole life that they get extra before last stand procs, which is insane. Dropping a loss, getting another loss, getting a bigger cash out, and still being on 2 lives, still having this proc waiting to happen, still sitting here, level 850 gold. This is a dangerous line to walk, but it's looking good for Pizza.
Yeah, it could be really, really good for Pizza. It could be really, really bad for Pizza at the same time. We're going to just see how these matchups come out. It could be anybody's game if they find that Pizza is in their way and it's another matchup versus Little Top, as we saw. If they don't have Easy 2, I don't know if they got enough damage to deal with that Jax and the Zhonyas.
Yeah, and this feels like one of those spots where you really have to have knowledge of what's going on in the lobby. We've seen Ezreal 2 on other boards. How many Ezreals are actually in the pool? How likely is it that you're going to hit without a pair? The only pair that you have on your board right now is Poppy. Are you really rolling down for that, or are you pushing for that max cap and letting sort of like the wind get in your sails? One thing I will say is that good pizza, bad pizza, any pizza is good pizza as far as I'm concerned. Hopefully we get to have more pizza, but we are coming up against Joe B's board with this Lulu 3 online, with the upgraded front line, with the Zephyr on their dummy on the front. The Ezreal is doing his best, but doesn't even chunk the shields. Pizza takes 1 HP of damage. Last stand will proc. Mario Kart player 5 is saying, guys, I just sent out the blue shell and it is coming for you.
I don't know if you saw what is going on over there for Joe Bookmark, but my eyes were scanning augments. I'm looking left, I'm looking right, and I'm like, how the heck does this guy have 2 Lulu 3s? Oh, there's a Trickster's Glass over there. Actually, such big brain plays here, and we don't find a second EZ here. We don't find a 2-star Poppy. This is looking very scary for Pizza, even though they cashed out. Just like I was talking about, there was this moment where Pizza was getting a little too strong early on for taking this last stand. Wasn't really playing around 5 Heartsteel like I thought they might have to get themselves there a little faster to get those larger cash outs. And boom, they go up against Coach Max. Terrifyingly strong disco board.
Yeah, and Last Stand, though, we know can be so powerful, even when you don't have those upgrades that you're looking for. Look at the damage coming through from this Caitlyn. Look at the damage coming from this Ezreal. That board that Coach Mac is playing is not weak. Pizza is making it look like cheese and weak sauce. And it just goes to show just how powerful Last Stand can be. But there are going to be some boards that cap out higher that aren't going to be enough with Ezreal 1, with Lucian 1, with Poppy 1. One of the dangers that Pizza ran into is something that happens to me a lot, which is you have to level, you have to spend all your gold, and now you're stuck in this spot. He has to sell to make this Poppy 2. That's big, but what are you going to put in? Okay, slap a Pantheon in, hope for the best. Poppy 2, nothing to slouch at, but Pizza's still in a very vulnerable spot.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying. That's the main reason. And boom, here is Stacy Girls with this beautiful freaking Corki 3. We see that they got the Garen 3 as well, but will it be enough? I'm not so sure. This EZ is absolutely insanely strong, doing tons of damage. The Caitlyn cashing in as well, and boom, Pizza stays alive for another fight. And this is the thing about Last Stand that you see. It's the scariest thing to play against when you're in the lobby. You see, oh, they're down to 1 HP. I've definitely surely got this locked in. And then you go, you click on their board rate, and you see there's a Last Stand augment over there. Things just got started. To be continued.
Yeah, and Stacy Girls, I think, showing the actual real power of this Garen, Kaisa Corki thing, because that board, which just obliterated a fully online disco board, almost lost to Kaisa 3. So if you've been sleeping on this, if somehow you're out there listening and you're like, that's not real, Stacy Girls is here to say, oh yes, it is. It's here and it is powerful.
Oh, so many players going to 9 here. I can't wait to see this Kaisa 3 get to go up against another board. We're so used to seeing the Kaisa reroll comp, if it does come out, being slotted in with Jazz, finding its friends of Misfortune and the Bard, and sometimes even a Lucian as well, just getting that extra HP, that extra damage as well. All of the traits that you get from Superfans, KDA, and the likes of it. But we are here looking at Kane. And Kane has their Ezreal pretty far up.
Yeah, giving it that Banshee's Veil to make it CC immune, knowing that it's going to dart away towards the back line, which it does. And here is a strong board against the strong board. Ezreal 2, the unit that everyone's been looking for, coming up against this Kaisa. Is she able to dodge? Just enough, and she hangs on with 1 HP. Oh my god, I almost dropped an F-bomb on the stream because your jaw, like mine, is dropped to the floor. What an incredible win for Stacy Girl here, beating a board that is the most meta board you can be playing at this stage in the game.
I'm squinting and tilting my head right now to try to find where the HP was at on the health bar. It wasn't, one sec. Oh, I found it. Yeah, it was literally 1, maybe 2. The actual number was that low. It was going up against a 1-star MF with no items. Had that MF had a long short on it, that would have been all they wrote. That would have been the exit for Stacy Girls in this lobby. But no, they hold on. They show, just like you said, Bryce, stop being a naysayer. This Kai'Sa is here to stay.
And this Ezreal is definitely here to play. We saw the Jeweled Lotus value with this Deathblade, with this blue buff. This Ezreal is absolutely a beast. We've talked about how that Zed can get you online until the Ezreal becomes relevant. Coach Mac is finding it extremely relevant today. Pizza, unfortunately, did go out. We weren't able to see it, but they did still wind up taking that 8th place despite the Last Stand. Pitsy dropping out in 7th. Coach going out in 6th. Stacy Girls taking a loss and dropping down to 2 HP. Lil Top at 13. Kane Drew at 15. There is so much on the line for so many of these players. Joe B still in the running for the 2nd place. Needs to pull out the win here to do it. What is it going to be? Is Stacy Girls gonna play spoiler?
As we go into stage 6 here, Rain, we only have 20 HP for players' life points here. They are all incredibly low. Anybody could lose a fight, and if they lose a big fight, they're going down. They're out of the tournament. This is insane. This is what you see when we're at the top caliber, when we're with the best of the best, when we got world class in the lobby.
Yeah, and Stacy Girls here with the Akali 2 and the Deathblade now online, has this 7 KDA buff. By the way, perfect items on this Ari for, you know, a casual thieves gloves roll. Oh yeah, I got lucky gloves for my Corki, for my Ari, and here it is, this Lux 3. Oh, and the Kaisa dodges it like Faker, and that is gonna be it for Lil Top, and Stacy Girls hanging on for a top 4 again.
Oh my God. We just saw Uzi be summoned to the board. We're seeing League Pros leave the Rift and they're joining the board. This is insane. That Kaisa was better than any Zed I've ever seen. Faker who? That was Piglet.
As production said, actually taking a victory lap. This is the most passionate flex. I don't even know the right word. The most intense flex I've ever seen, saying, I'm going to take this off meta weird reroll that no one plays, and I'm gonna pilot it to a top 4 in a game where everyone is playing for their lives, everyone is playing for money. But here comes this menacing Ezreal board with these huge casts. It's the Zed on the Kaisa chasing her around. She's done. The Ari's done. The Seraphine's done. Stacy Curls is done. Kandrew holding on, securing the top 3 for the lobby. Hanako here up against the Lulu. Can they bring down Joe Bookmark? Joe Bookmark taking a huge hit. Hanako hanging on. Joe B dropping down to 6 HP. Kandrew down to 15. This is as tight as it gets.
I don't know if I cursed our likely hero, Stacy Girls, by saying Faker who, but Faker showed the heck up, man, and chased down the Kaisa. It was all she wrote. It was curtains. And they said, Z-Boy, you be quiet over there. You've been feeling a little too good. Now we're looking here at Hanako. This is a terrifying board for the rest of the lobby. 6 true damage slotted in. We got items across the board. We got a 3-star Echo, but we have the final boss, the raid leader, the Zed chosen. Will it be enough, or will Hanako be able to live another day?
Yeah, the lucky thing for Hanako here is facing the Ghost, which we know are historically just weaker. However, they are still perfectly capable of dishing out the damage, but this Echo 3 seems impervious. It does have that diamond hands on it as well. It does have that bonus where when that shield is up from his ult, not only does he stun, but he's healing up. Joe B dropping out in 3rd place off screen. It is going to be Kandrew and Hanako coming down for the bragging rights, playing for this top finish in this final game. It's all going to come down to this. Whoever goes first takes 2nd place. Will it be Hanako? Will it be Kandrew? Can 6 true damage bring down the monster?
This is the final fight. This is the final fight. We got the beautiful spread for the cybernetic bulk. We got a little extra health for everything, for anything that your heart desires. But most importantly, will this Senna be able to cast the perfect ult? No fizzles can come out of the Senna plays here. We need perfect cast. We need to hit 16 units. We need Zed to not hunt Senna.
Can it be done? Can we chew through this Alawi 2? Can the Zed make it into the back line? It looks like it has procced and then immediately lost the Edge of Night. Is it going to be enough? The Ari is still alive. The Senna is still alive. The Akali is still alive. Here comes the ult from the Ezreal. It goes the wrong way. This is going to be Hanako, but no! Kandrew hanging on with 2 HP. It's not the final fight. It's not the final fight. We called it too soon. And Hanako saying, I'm here to play. Kandrew saying, I'm still holding on. You can't count me out yet.
Not like this. If you're looking on for Hanako right now, I thought it was over. I was not expecting it, but boom, Boom! 1 HP separates both of these players from elimination. No one is getting to this last dragon before we get to stage 7. It is going to be a bloodbath. Again, like I stated, we needed a perfect Senecast, and we got it. We got the Senecast, and we're here on the final fight, jumping on with Hanako.
Yeah, and this Ezreal ult is going to be massive. It does cut across the back line, but barely even chunks down the Senna. Can he get another big ult off? Can he kill this Akali? The Akali is down. The Ezreal is casting. The Senna is down to 1 HP, and the Ezreal gets one more ult off. That is Hanako sealing the deal. It was one way, then it was the other. That is absolutely insane. You could have not asked for a tighter finish. You could not have asked for a closer finale. You could not have asked for a better game 6 to a tournament. That was absolutely mind-blowing.
I believe that Hanako is the Senna player, if I'm not mistaken. And
yeah, I got it backwards.
No, it was on the bottom. It was on the bottom. Not you. I'm just trying to clarify. My brain is on a roller coaster right now. We're going topsy-turvy. We're going lefty-righty. I don't know what's happening. But what did happen was the Akali took a walk. That was the downfall of Hanako's board. She was getting there. She was so close. Hanako saw the finish line, and yet they tripped over their own feet. Akali walks back towards the center of the board and doesn't cast at the EZ, and that's all they wrote. What a crazy outcome. What a crazy outcome.
What a phenomenal end, and my mistake came Drew with that dub, pulling off the second place by 1 point over Hanako. I said at the beginning we had 5 players tied at 28 points. And that one fight, that one little fight difference of that Akali moving one direction versus the other is the difference between second and third. We do have our final tabulations coming in. We know it's Stacy Girls coming in with that huge, commanding, domineering, absolutely devastating first place. Kane Drew pulling off the second. Hanako with the third. Our boy Coach Mac dropping the, I believe, nope, the numbers aren't getting added up. Things aren't being slotted in exactly the right way. I think it's actually Joe B pulling fourth and Coach Mac taking that 5th position. We're still waiting on some of the other numbers to come through, but all of our players putting on absolute masterful performances. It was a nail biter to the very end.
I am speechless. I love TFT, man. Set 10 has not let us down. We had the Vegas Open. We've had incredible cups, but most importantly, this has got to be one of the closest ACLs ever. Outside of Stacy Girls obviously staking the claim for first, this race for second, third, fourth, literal points away from each other. Some even coming down to tiebreakers for that third place slot. Wild stuff. Wild stuff, Rain.
Absolutely baffling. It's both the closest and the furthest ACL we've had, right? With Stacy Girls coming through and winning the game before we even finished the tournament, winning in 5 games, absolutely dominant. But so many people hot on the heels of that second place, and it literally coming down to the smallest of margins. I could not have asked for a better series of games, and I could not have asked for a better partner to cast them with. Z-Boy, it has been a pleasure covering ACL with you this whole set. I really, really have appreciated it.
I got one question for you, Rain. Just one question. It just hit me. It just dawned on me. Is Stacy Girls just title? I've never seen him in the same lobby. I've never seen him in the same room. 5 games. 5 games. Does it for Worlds. Does it in ACL. I don't know. But what I do know is I also have enjoyed covering this set with you, man. It's been a blast. Hats off to Stacy Girls. If it's you, let us know. Okay.
Tell us. It's fine.
But this set's been too lit. This casting desk has been too lit. And most importantly, ACL is only getting bigger. It's only getting better. So make sure you tell your friends. Make sure you're following the channel so you don't miss out on any of this incredible action. We got more TFT action coming at you tomorrow for the AML finals as well. You guys like playoffs? Then
you like playoffs.
You like playoffs? Then you know where to find it right here. All right. I'm Z-Boy Wonder. You can find me kind of everywhere as Z-Boy Wonder on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. I play too much TFT, man. Hopefully, you guys will see me playing too much TFT in the next set. Rain, where can we find you, bro?
I'm Rain101 here on twitch.tv. I'm Rain101 TV, most other places. Just throw me into Google. That's where you'll find me. Additionally, you'll find me tomorrow casting AML, not alongside this guy, but kind of alongside this guy, because we're both going to be back for those playoffs of our Masters and GM League. It is going to be a banger like it always is. I'm really looking forward to it, but that's going to be the end of our broadcast for today. I hope you've had as much fun as we have. It has been banger after banger, and we will see you again for ACL Set 11 before too long. Thank you so much. Have a great night.